Good morning, everyone. Hold on. That's better. Um, Feeling a little bit better. Not a lot, but a little bit. I'm gonna give you guys a minute to go over the daily while I get set up here on like SPX and everything. Oh, fuck is that? Yes. Ding ding. Okay. I'm ready. How you guys doing? Happy holidays, everyone. Why you gotta make me bullish again? I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's probably the fever. It might not be. Looks like I'm gonna get to exit the short side first here. Volatility is so hot. So we're opening below the collar, which is a bit rough. All right. I think Upstart Gamma Max isn't so much a big drop as just properly calculated. Um, it did drop a bit. A lot of people have sold their calls, but well, they're out of the money ones, I'd imagine. Oh, never mind. Is that correct? Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah. What the fuck is Gamma? Oh, Gamma Max is like back at Delta neutral. Is that accurate? Hmm. It dropped pretty hard. I guess it is. I'll double check with JFresh. I was reading GME's Gamma Max. That is a big drop. Yeah, it looks like over the last 2 days, pretty sizable chunk of sold call delta. It's not that bad though. Especially given our price. So we bullish today for an OPEX run. I don't know if we're going to see an OPEX run today or not, but I am bullish for one. XRT now has $1.6 billion in cash as of this morning, or well, as of last night. Thanks to Grim2 for that one. We're around. Today's... If JPM rolls their collar up, market go up. The market might go up regardless of whether JPM rolls their collar up or not. But this would be probably the time for them to do it. The PCA data is pretty bullish. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them roll the collar today in order to get those calls a little higher. Or maybe they'll just fight for it till next week. We'll see. I don't think they want to be above the collar. Although I probably don't know enough about the fund strategy to say that with certainty. 0.6 million? 0.6 billion? 1.6 million. Sorry, 1.6 million. It's 1.6 million, dude. Cash positive, though. That's what's important, right? PCE is flat. Core PCE is not flat. It was down 3 points year over year. Actually, none of the PCE data was flat. PCE year over year was 5.5 versus 6.1. PCE index month over month was 0.1 versus 0.4 in the previous month. Core PCE was 4.7 versus 5 in the previous month. None of that is flat. No, Upstart's not an XRT. It's all flat to estimates. Actually, month over month is beat estimates. Core PC is flat to estimates, but personal spending was, I think, for personal spending was significantly below estimates. Personal income was just above estimates. I don't count random analysts. The the consensus point is all of the analysts, and I don't look at Bloomberg's analytics because they're garbage. I don't always miss the bear days. If Upstart is not an XRT, is there still a correlation between the run of GME and Upstart? Sure, yeah. I don't think AMC is an XRT either, or BBBY. Bots is the name of the ETF. Nobody's buying Bloomberg terminals. He's just paying for the like paid Bloomberg subscription, like the articles. I highly doubt he has a terminal. A waste of fucking money. Um, Today's stream feels like seeing the teacher outside of school on a day off, but I'm the one with the day off, and I'm staring through the classroom window with Mr. Diggs. Fubo technically is a penny stock right now. You mean actually worth a penny? Close. Thanks, Jade. I hope so, man. Are you getting a massive storm in New York City today? It's brutal in Toronto right now. I don't know. I haven't looked outside. $13. Odorous. We got snow in Quebec. Shocker. I feel like that's pretty commonplace, yeah. We'll know if my power goes out today. Ah, fucking bitch. Ah, 38, 32. These are both kind of flat. All right. It's -8 in Illinois. It feels like -30. Ouch. SPX target today, trying to zero DT back all this OPEX money. I would say we're below the collar, so it's going to be fairly hard to break the gamma flip point today. We might, but we also might not. Which, let me see where that is. Give it one more minute for it to update. I would probably say like if we're able to break the collar, which is a big if, but if we are, 38.70, maybe 38.80 by end of day. I need to see where positioning is though, because if positioning is fairly heavy to the short side, we may not break the collar, and if we don't, we might get kind of stuck between 3800 and 3835 again. Looking bearish as fuck right now. It's looking kind of stable right now. It's not really picking up a lot of momentum in either direction. This might but I don't know if like I don't know if ES is gonna drop. We've pretty good support at 38.25 right now. And SPX has decent support at 3,800. So is that gonna reverse trend? We get some short build up here. All right. Let me look at the. I should have like the opening gamma stuff now. All right, so 38.35 still acting. Some negative pressure. Yeah, still a lot of negative interest on the downside. For the 0 DTEs, which are probably going to influence our price action a little more. We don't want to slip below 3,800, but if we can stay above, we've got some decent range up to like 38.20. It gets a little bit rough there. Then if we can cross 38.20, it's fairly flat, and then starts to go very positive at 38.50. So this whole area from like here to here is kind of split. The closer we get to the upside here, the more bullish it gets. Below this is very bearish. So we do not want to see a breakdown from 3,800. If we see profit taking on the 38.20, 38.15 level, that could give us a little boost. Oh crap, I need to take my medicine. I'll be right back. Ugh. I don't think this is MOASS. Did something happen? It said it was MOASS on Market Watch. I better buy puts. Sorry, I was busy choking on one of the pills I swallowed. All right. 4 green candles in a row. It's MOASS. It's 5, actually. Why is Upstart so sad? I don't know. It was at 1380 in pre-market. I guess we're gonna need some movement out of the market to get it going. This weekend, take it easy, stay home, sleep like crazy, and no weekend streams. I'm out. I'll see you all Tuesday morning. See you then, BMG. Happy holidays, man. How do we deal with selling CCs if a run could pop at any time? I know not selling until a run is confirmed would be the obvious answer, but what if this does pop later into next year? What if this doesn't pop into later next year? What do you mean later next year? Like how long of a fucking time frame are you talking? Liquidity would have to resolve at that point. That's not good. Otherwise, keep them short dated. Don't sell too many at once. Have a hedge. Merry Christmas to all. Fuck the pores. Riku. Thanks, BMG. Have a good one, man. Have you answered this in the past? What's the deal with Ape and AMC? Like, what's really going on here? It all seems like madness, but very well planned madness. There was a bunch of institutions shorted Ape in order to profit on the arbitrage between Ape and AMC. And so, if Ape's going to be converted, they're going to drop their shorts on Ape and then just short AMC, right? Because AMC is going to dilute more. The results from PC wasn't too bad, so we're expecting a bullish day with SPY SPX. Yes, but I think that's going to require some repositioning. And right now, most of the interest below 3,800 is to the downside. So I wouldn't bet too heavily on it moving up until I can get some wiggle room. And I wouldn't really want to bet on the upside unless it's trading above like 38.10 at least. Yesterday, TradeSpotting said there's a topside gap on the SPY at 38.5, 385, 386 from yesterday's initial drop. Is that true? I don't know. I don't trade the SPY very often. No. At least, yeah, I don't see any gaps on the SPY. There aren't even any in, I guess there's one like there in pre-market. Is this fucking Hankanashi? Oh. So I don't see one. What was the rest of the question? He said if 378 holds, then it'll probably fill the gap before going down. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the SPY is going to do. SPY doesn't really fully track with SPX. But I do think today's news was bullish, and that'll probably drive the markets higher into next week. So if there is a gap, which I don't see, but maybe he has one. Different data sets can show gaps where others don't. Then it's there we go. Possible that we would see a fill, at least on SPX. I could see SPX going to 38.50, 38.60, pretty easily. Maybe even today. So that was that capitulation we were looking for that I discussed earlier. The short side capitulation from the like 38.20 and down level. That's a good start. So now we have some room to work with this. That'll pull us decently away from the negative gamma below 3,800. So this won't act so heavily on price action. If this continues to move up, we'll continue to get more capitulation because the speed at which it's moving up. Yeah, puts aren't gonna hold into like bullish news, right? They're gonna be encouraged to sell. What 10 a.m. news? New home sales? Who gives a shit about new home sales? That doesn't mean puts aren't taking profits. What's the final report for the Michigan consumer sentiment, though? The data doesn't change the positioning. The positioning's reacting to the data, not... The data doesn't move the market. Can we get an OG I Can Be Green song for holiday morale today? I'll consider it. Is Jamie Green? Yes, sure.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
If the fucking gap doesn't exist on the 1 minute, it definitely doesn't exist on the fucking 1 hour.
Upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can
There's
be
a
anything
downside
you
gap
like.
that's not filled yet.
Green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
You get back to 20? Our way to 38.35 by end of day, just like you said. I did not say that we were going to hit 38.35 by the end of the day. That's ridiculous. Falling off. Yeah. It's a little more bullish. Five minutes ago, 38.35 is eventually guaranteed. First of all, I was talking about the SPX, and I didn't even say it was guaranteed. Fuck. The daily you mentioned adjusting far dated puts due to cooling CPE, PCE. What do you mean about that? What do you mean by that? As in, consider selling some repositioning higher due to the possibility of a dovish Fed and higher highs. Wouldn't be bad quarter 4 end of Jan still suggest more downs to come. I was more referring to like the midterm range, but no. I'd probably adjust the further dated ones as well. I'm out of most of my puts right now, except for I think like my March entries and some kind of nearer dated stuff. Taking a lot of profits yesterday, but yeah, I mean, if we see continued cooling, that's going to push an action by the Fed at some point. They're going to have to revise their expectations, right? Which, you know, even Powell mentioned that they would if they continued to show signs of cooling inflation. So I would say I'll probably adjust the ranges a bit, but that's it. So there may be some rolling and repositioning while it's low and those puts are maybe up. That's generally a good time to consider rolling them or repositioning them. Like if you're profitable on some of those farther dated puts right now, that's usually a pretty good thing. Yeah, Jimmy's doing some stuff. Oh, sorry, I forgot the Discord audio. All right, what do we got here? Oh, nice. Are you gonna get smacked around by 3810 and 3800 all day? I think we're seeing a lot of repositioning. Just give it a minute. It might take till like 10:30, 11 before we start to see more directionality. That's because I closed my Jimmy calls yesterday. You're all welcome. Thanks, man. Well, Upstart was doing a buyback. They are doing a buyback. Who said they're doing an offering? Are you bullish for 2023? Absolutely fucking not. Oh, it was a joke. I get it. Let's go, Jimmy. Pay for my bags. Dork. I have a really cool idea, but I'll talk to you about it tonight. Also, tips. Check them. Hey, when you say that, it means it can wait. I don't want to wait. Well, patience is a fairly important aspect of all this. So, how have you been doing lately? Doing all right. Flo Kala, how are you? What are you doing for the holidays? Nothing. Did you get your mom anything nice for Christmas? Yes. Money. Can you show me your tips? Not on stream. That wouldn't be appropriate. Cosm, let's discuss the incredible number of FTDs and high borrow rate. Let's discuss you trying to be the exit liquidity for the company. That's an SPX short straddle, 4,000, expiring December 2027. Why? I don't understand why you would want that. Tell me more. The company proposed a shelf offer like the other day. Reconsider that statement, Tim VGP. What you meant to say is I would trade the stock I own for any stock that's currently going up. Because I'm impatient. Bad at this. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Well, I did. But when market ups, it's working on it. Let it build up some momentum. I told you guys Ape was a good buy yesterday. I don't know how high it'll run as they pull back the short. It was a big short. Ape was shorted very, very heavily in order to profit on the arbitrage between it and AMC. Ape's gonna be delisted. The short's gonna get pulled back. I'm not high. At least I don't think I am. Opportunity is opportunity, right? Money's money. You guys are always the ones bitching at me when I don't highlight the value of shitty plays. What do you mean Ape will not be delisted? It's being converted into AMC. It was all part of Kenny's plan. I'm not buying Ape either. It's gonna probably keep going up. Ah, yes, profits. Breaking out, where's that flip point? For SPX? It's at like 38.7250. I'd be surprised if we had the momentum to break both the collar and, well, we get a little more momentum after we break the collar, but I'd be surprised if we did both concurrently. Jimmy volume dropped off a cliff. I see that. That was an interesting bit of stuff there, though. I like it. Was that $1.6 million? It doesn't matter, right? The 20s went in the money. That's got to be significant. We got rejected on gamma neutral. That's pretty important. Oh, those bastards. Yeah, that might be as high as it's gonna push right now. Give it a minute to consolidate. Did it still okay? I did get stopped out. Cool. No, SPX not back down, but probably stabilize a little bit. We've pushed up above like the negative gamma weighting. The problem is the collar. So the JPM collar is massive, right? Especially the sold call position. And it's right here. And basically below it, it represents a significant amount of negative delta. Or negative gamma. And above it, it represents a lot of positive gamma. So it's kind of hard to break. It almost acts like its own gamma flip point because it's so large. It's not as big as the actual gamma flip point, but it's fucking pretty big. What's a collar? Sold calls with like a put spread. It's like their hedged equity fund, which just rolls a massive collar around on the SPX while holding all the underlying. And then all the institutions like to invest in it. And so the fund is massive because they get to use the collar to stabilize SPX. I just want to say Merry Christmas. I'm thankful for you, my dude. You taught me the ways to make money off this donkey show, and I can't wait for what next year brings. All the love. Thanks, Mr. FDJ. I appreciate it, man. I've got to run outside for a second and get something out of my car. If I die, tell my Lauer that I said that you can have my bags. Lauer? Lawyer? Damn. This is why I left his mother. Any interactions for a review of 2022 segment or TLDR for the past 2 years in GME market? LME nickel March 23rd, Bobby SBF FTX. What do you mean? No, I didn't have an intention for doing that. That sounds like something an idiot would do. That's not my game. Aren't there like 9,000 other YouTubers are gonna go and highlight all the news articles of the financial year of 2022? Can't you watch their videos? Why would I do it? Here, I'll do it right now. GME went up and down a bunch, generally in line with its short volatility positioning, a couple times on deferred schedules, which made it very annoying to track. LME nickel, everyone got to learn that the markets win and fuck the investors. Um, what the fuck happened on March 23rd? BBBY was a piece of shit, and then it wasn't briefly, and now it is again. SBF stole a bunch of people's money and used fake tokenized securities to extract a bunch of margin for things he didn't own. Now he's going to jail. Oh, and we gave the Ukraine a bunch of money. We good? Thoughts on all of the Linixis memes in the Discord? Did you see mine? There's lines on your chart that color? Sure. But no, they're not. That's Linixis. He's a crazy person from Reddit. I doubt SBF is going to real prison. At worst, he goes to resort prison, but for 150 years. Was that Instagram? No comment. Some BBBY experts started a new YouTube stream. BBBY experts? Pieced out after 5 minutes. They weren't aware RC was being sued about Bobby. Stand still, bro. Nah, bro. He's being sued, so he can't talk about Bobby. I mean, both, technically. I'm not making any more throwaway socials for pickle hijinks, especially not Instagram. Well, it wouldn't have really fit into the Twitter theme. Also, that's not a real Instagram account. It was for the purposes of the meme. Good morning, Pickle Man. I hope you're feeling better. Do you happen to have the Greeks for Fubo? Most of them are probably zero. I could look. Oop, oop, that's not Fubo. There we go. So no gamma neutral or vega neutral because the price is so low, but delta neutral is 250. Gamma Max is 211. Now, the question here is this going to go up more? Yes. Yes, it is. I want to try to play the upside of this. I'm sure Monday is like 38.40s. They're pricey. Ooh, I like that. Oh, you bitch. Bag hold VUP, Dan's all around. The stock market moves up and down. VUP surges high, bag holds struggle to keep. Dan's dance on the floor in a market so steep. But through it all, they carry on, hoping for VUP to lead them on. Beautifully put, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Thank you so much. Good morning, Pickleman. Oh, okay, I gave you. Thanks, Spot Wookie Cream, by the way. Oh yeah, I don't have any Facebook or Instagram accounts. I deleted them all. Well, you know, their version of deleting them, which leaves them in existence in perpetuity. Yeah, I know the market's closed Monday. Well, not Monday, but you know, the other day. The 27th. OPEX is such a Chad, just trolling us all week to then be like, nah, bruh, FINRA rules let me turn in my homework next semester. I hated that kid. I was that kid. Yeah, I actually got to talk to two people that work in compliance last night. One guy works with CBOE, which it's not really directly related to FINRA, but he does have to deal with FINRA sometimes. Mostly he works out of family offices, so not a lot of interaction there, but he was a little more aware of kind of how those rules are structured than I am. The other guy actually works with FINRA quite often. He's at a fund, but there wasn't too much he could actually discuss. But I did get kind of an idea of how the deferral process works. First of all, something very interesting, which another one of you guys pointed out this morning, Dragony. The rules for FINRA deferral were changed in October of 2021 and no longer function the same way. Also, the restrictions are a little looser. But basically, a deferred settlement period is, you know, the trade date is deferred. So whatever day the actual deferral is granted on, not they don't actually care when the trade occurs. They care the day that FINRA gives permission for the Rex code and defers it. That moves the trade date. And so the date it's deferred to becomes the new T date. So that means whatever day the T date is, there's still T plus 2 or 3, depending on the participant. Yeah, so even if your trade date is here and you file for deferral then, and it takes 72 hours, say, for your deferral to be approved, Your trade date's then moved to this day and then deferred. Yeah, what a shit show, right? Because not only that, we don't know when the fuck it was approved, right? Sometimes it takes like 12 hours up to like 72. So it leaves these like huge windows where it can actually be covered. But the other guy on the CBOE side told me something that was pretty interesting, in that all of the ETF rebalances are delayed this week, and he's having problems with settlement for contracts on CBOE side because of the Christmas holiday. So none of the ETFs are properly rebalancing this week. Oh God, square root of deferral to is yeah. So there's probably a reason that we're seeing all of the signs still pointing towards an OPEX run while not realizing one yet. And that's now where the fuck that's gonna land, that's a lot harder. We didn't figure it out, but we've got a little bit better insight into why we might not be wrong yet. I still, and I said this in the daily, and I'll say it again for anybody who didn't read that, which is probably all of you. This is really, really risky. Once an aspect of your thesis falls apart like that, continuing to chase it is beyond stupid, and will more likely result in accumulating even greater losses. With that said, I'm bullish as fuck right now. I do have a fever of 102, and my judgment may not be the best. It could be that the hedge fund wasn't aware that there was going to be, so since the T date would fall this week for any obligation settled, and so let's look at it this way. This is how I understand it now. From November 18th, which would have been the T day, a deferral may have been filed, right? Rex code. Right, and then that has 72 hours to be approved. So that puts us at like November 22nd. Then it's deferred up to twice for 14 times 2, right? Which puts us at like December 21st, 22nd, right? And then this becomes the T date, which means that we still have +2/3 from the T date, which was yesterday. So that means, and then don't forget, Monday is a holiday because of Christmas. So that puts us like 27, 28 for settlement. Ish. But it makes, and all of this is kind of confusing because this could be like the 23rd. This could be the 22nd and the 23rd. This could be the 28th and 29th, right? So there's a lot of wiggle room in there. I feel like a celebrity for buying Fabs instead of Jans. You might be. So in other words, buy contracts with enough theta as always, because the wider window of possible price action. Yeah, but I think we need to approach holiday OPEXs very differently, because they don't have to file a Rex code. There's no requirement. Participants may not do it. If everyone's flush with cash, they may just go ahead and cover instead of dealing with all the deferrals, right? And that's problematic too, right? Because then you can't look at an OPEX and be like, oh, it's got a holiday, I don't need to buy calls. So maybe the OPEX expectation needs to shift from buying like 30 DTEs to buying quarterly contracts. No, they don't stack. You can't use, so once you've filed a Rex code for a trade, right? And you've deferred it, you can no longer like continue to defer that trade. Now the ETFs, on the other hand, this week, right? They're getting cash and stuff, and but they're not completing their rebalances because they don't have to. So that's a different trade. Them going out to the market and satisfying those NAVs. That's a separate trade that doesn't need to be completed this week. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I wish I could have found out more, but those guys have agreements with, well, CBOE and FINRA, and they're not allowed to disclose basically anything publicly or to anyone else, right? They're locked into like NDAs. They can lose their licensing, and so that's why it's really hard to find somebody to even discuss it with. So they can only kind of talk about it as like an abstract or a hypothetical. So maybe March run was actually March obligations, and the second week of the run was the holiday Feb deferment obligations, and why it was a long run. No. I think we saw, I think there was a combination of March OPEX and Feb deferment. But I think they were all due right around the same time. Unlike this period where we have two holiday, like stacking holidays, March didn't have that. So in March, like 28 days from Feb OPEX would have been right in line with the March OPEX period. So I think we just saw a very strong initial burst of volume, which led to continued gamma exposure in the market makers. Do you think 1.7 was deferral from last December OPEX? No, 1.7 was ETF FTDs for XRT. We don't have any question about the like 1.7. There's several of them, but the most notable ones people will remember are November 3rd, January 7th, and October 31st, because those are the biggest. But those are all XRT FTDs, which are offset because XRT was reg showed during those periods. So remember, when XRT is on reg show, its FTDs don't clear at the same time as the rest of the ETF FTDs. And we can confirm that in the liquidity analysis. XRT's liquidity goes way up during those periods, and only XRT. GME liquidity does not improve significantly. So you're saying the May run was actually due to obligations created in October 2014? Yes, you've got it. Did you find out whether or not you could triple stamp a double stamp? You cannot triple stamp a double stamp. However, you can photocopy the original document and double stamp it again. It wasn't the missing piece of the puzzle, but it's a piece of the puzzle. Thanks for helping me profit on that last week on that last SPX run up with the market outlook, Girk. You're welcome, man. Congratulations. Well, if they were to give away specific information, then they could track them down. Don't forget that when you work at a fund, all of your methods of communication and stuff are monitored, right? So if there was specific positional information that were to leak, it's very easy to find out who the culprit is. Yep. Why are they defending GN on GME so hard today? What's so special about it? It's the flip point for gamma. That's when the hedge would flip. That would trigger a influx of volume. They always fight for gamma neutral. I mean, even if other people wanted to run, the market maker doesn't probably particularly want to flip their hedge all of a sudden or unexpectedly, given that would cause them to re-hedge, which is a big pain in the ass. Communicate via pigeon letters. How are they going to track that? I mean, every crook on Wall Street has at some point tried to find a new way to communicate with other crooks on Wall Street. Most of them have failed, but you know, they're persistent. I mean, it's always profitable to break the rules until you get caught. Leave all the electronics at home and talk in person. I mean, yeah, but then that's how you get like wiretapped and followed by the DOJ. Pickles picks last week. You changed your expectation down to a max ceiling of 417 on SPX and added the intention of buying Gen and Feb puts. After the data today, your overall expectation has changed. You see, we may run to the bear trend line again. I do think it's possible, but I think the nearer term expectation we can trade a little higher. So I'm going to adjust it into this weekend. It's going to take me some time to determine the new levels and stuff, but some repositioning may be in order. Most of the positions I'm holding for March right now are very far out of the money and are really not there with the intent for them to go in the money, right? Like let me look at what I have here as an example. So I have some like March 3200s and 3400s. The 3400s are right on the cusp of maybe they could go in the money, maybe they won't. The 3200s, I have no intention of them going in the money. They're simply super cheap, and the value of the contract will increase significantly if the market drops in any substantial way, right? Um, because the delta on the position will increase. Uh, but there may be some adjustments to my January and February range of expectations. Now, I'm out of my Jan puts because I closed them yesterday. The rest of them I closed out yesterday. I still have some February puts, but I may move my like February levels to like 38, 3600, and I may move my January levels to 3950, 3900. Yeah, the OMM is definitely borrowing shares to hedge, if not directly working with the authorized participants in order to create shares to hedge. That's a big part of why options interest is so important on GameStop, Randall. That's something I discussed a long time ago and tried to infer back when I was on Superstonk was, if you're buying more options, you're going to create more fails because these guys don't have sufficient underlying to propagate a large hedge over a long period of time. So I don't think that's speculation at all. I think we have direct proof of that. Although failures at this point on GME are probably no longer going to be relevant due to the split and the, like increased synthetic liquidity. Can Wall Street crooks talk on the private Pontiff of VWAP Discord channel? I don't have a Discord channel for Pontiff of VWAP. Maybe I should create like an encrypted chat. When I worked at a fund, the entire floor was electronically shielded. I had to go to a parking garage at lunch to make calls. That sounds about right. I don't see how holding GME calls through next week is risky. It seems like a sure bet given the information you found out and the borrow rate, etc. I wouldn't say it's a sure bet, but it's a slightly better bet. How often do GME ETFs rebalance? It depends on the ETF. Different ETFs rebalance at different times of the year. XRT rebalances quarterly, in line with the rest of the S&P ETFs. How much would IV increase on a run to Gamma Max at 15% on Gen 24 127.50 Cs? That's very hard to predict intraday. It could go quite high. You have a pretty decent amount of Vega on that contract. Not great, but a decent amount. Obviously, Delta on the contract will go up because of how far dated it is. Its extrinsic value would probably increase quite a bit, but to I don't know how much IV would increase. I mean, you could look at it historically, that contract, and see how its past performance has been. It'll be different now due to decay, but some of my trading firm clients tell me all the time how they get around their monitored communications, multiple Gmail accounts, extra cell phones. Sounds shady when I talk to them. Yeah, yeah, there's some people are pretty shady. You're still bullish on Cat after today's PCE. I mean, I'm not bullish on Cat at all right now. I'm not playing Cat. I'm indifferent to Cat. I don't care what Cat does for the next probably couple months. Oh, you meant for the zero DTs. Yeah, I forgot to buy them. Shit. I should have. Yeah, I would have made some money. Oh well. I wouldn't play the latter half of the day on Cat. It's usually not that great. Did anybody get Costco below 450? That was a thing. So QQQ down, but SPY up. Curious. Macy's up, J&W up. Affirm is up 1%. Ooh, wheat. Nerve, Bobby's moving up. His Express is down. Brad's down. What's Tesla doing today? Still a piece of shit. All right. Okay. Well. Fubo has news today. Needham maintains buy on Fubo, lowers price target to $3. Interesting. Thoughts on Rio? Rio? Tinto. How's the price on this? I like it, but buying it in early November would have been way better. I'd prefer more specific focus on like well, specifically I'd prefer focus on aluminum and copper and coal over like iron ore and diamonds. And Rio Tinto has a lot of if I remember correctly, they have like a significant amount of diamond and iron ore mining that they do. And I know they do, they mine everything, but I think they mine iron and diamonds in pretty significant quantities over a lot of the other things that they mine. And I think like one of the reasons I went with BTU over like a conglomerate like Rio was that, you know, it has more exposure to that specific commodity, right? And for aluminum, I think you really want exposure to recyclers, not miners. Alright, so we broke the collar, and then we fell back through the collar. Is this gonna continue all day, or are we gonna recover? Correlation fell off. Okay, so just an initial rejection and some profit taking here. Then I think we can go back up. But this may go a little lower first. We got a full breakdown on the head and shoulders, should drag us down to around like the 38.15 level. But maybe we recover a little higher on the momentum. So like just watch 38.18 through 38.12 for a recovery. A recovery in the higher range is obviously better if it recovers here. I don't know if it will though. Right now it has no upside momentum. Just create your own whistleblower hotline Discord chat. Would you say deferment is only for GameStop, or it applies to Upstart too? I think it applies to both. Yeah, you should definitely be using Active Trader Pro over the website. Is it possible to place 2 separate orders at the same time? I think so. Yeah. I don't know. I don't trade on Fidelity. Like all I do on Fidelity is sell covered calls. But Gurk, stop ignoring me. I asked how you're feeling today. A little bit better. I still have kind of a high fever. Like it's not really going away. I think Tesla's gonna have a pretty big bounce somewhere in the next few weeks. What do you think? It's possible. I would say it's a bit oversold. I mean, yeah. There's still some value in them. I'm down about 50%. And if the market can continue to rebound through today, like I said, most of our days we're going to be spent probably struggling to break through the collar. But if we do, um, GameStop doesn't really have any negative like delta pressure being applied to it right now, right? Because all those synthetic short positions rolled out into like long volatility positions and synthetic longs. So if the market moves up, we should track, but we could always be internalized. So it's not a guarantee. But if you hit, what do you need to hit for profitability on those? Like 20, like 21.20 or something for, well, break even at least. Yeah, if we move into a recession, I don't see Disney doing better. Yeah, 3 minutes. What's the word? Nothing much. Jamie moved back up above $20. Got rejected off gamma neutral. It's just kind of trading with the market right now. Just place them separately. Don't use the straddle strangle function. You'll get ripped off on the spread. You should always be manually building straddles and strangles because especially you don't want to enter the whole position all at once. Like if you can find a straddle point, like say I wanted to straddle 38.20 right now, right? And we're trading at 38.18. That means I can buy the calls out of the money, right? And if we bounce and go back up above 38.20, then I can buy the 38.20 P's out of the money. See what I mean? Yeah, and that represents a significant discount on both sets of contracts. Not to mention, you can choose the bid, the mid or ask. Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty interested in copper as well. Docu will save us, won't it, Gurk? I don't know, man. I hope so. Most of my current docu position was paid for by my previous docu position. so I'm not particularly worried about it at the moment, and I'll roll the calls out if I need to. But yeah, I'd imagine if we get an OPEX docu, we'll see some price improvement. I don't know if it'll see as much because of that big earnings blow off, but bullish. Okay. Positive skew. I wouldn't really use these to determine price action. They're more of a risk model, dork. Oh. We could talk about it tonight if you want a bit. I'll send you some papers and stuff. You know that the chat is time stamped, right, A? Think your SPX 1870s have a chance? I don't have any 1870s. You mean my 3870? Yeah, I do. Do you still have shop? Believe in shop going back up? Yes. I mean, I closed my profitable positions on shop on the initial run. But I did re-enter, and I've averaged down a little bit and rolled out. So I have March. Let's see. I have March $40 and $38 calls. I hedged a bit of the drop in the market with some puts, which I closed yesterday afternoon, I guess. Although I don't remember closing them. I kind of wish I hadn't. But yeah, I guess I closed them yesterday afternoon. Something I'm gonna say that I notice, you guys need to focus on one position and managing it. When it moves against you, you need to hedge. You know, when you drop that hedge, you need to, if you're going to maintain the position, you need to average down, you need to roll out, you need to not lose money. Once we pop the collar, what price point would we lock and subsequently drop it? If we can break to the upside of the collar, then it becomes an issue of breaking through the gamma flip point, which is going to be harder. Good morning, John. The video breaking down here or just following indices? Just following indices. Nasdaq's not having a great day, as you can see. How would one hedge their upstart calls? You can buy puts. You can sell calls. Depends on your options level. You can average them down, you can roll them out. You can roll them out and then sell shorter dated puts against the position because it's not running right now. So, you know, like say you have a call and it's down, 50%. Say it's for Jan or Feb, something here, right? You can sell a call against the same expiration and then roll the long call forward with the credit to a later date. So you can roll this to March, and then against this expiration, you can sell a call, right? And then that'll give you credit to cover some of the cost of your roll or offset the cost of your roll. That's what's great about options is or one of the things I like about them most is that unlike stocks, which are very linear, right? They go up, they go down. Options, you can adjust your position, not only your leverage, but you can adjust the direction of your position very easily, and protect your capital. You have lots of tools with which to hedge. Stocks are tanks, options are agility, speed build. Yeah. Wise words, truly. Learning to hedge is not easy, especially when you tunnel vision. Feels way more practice is needed to learn to hedge, so I don't tunnel vision. Yeah, don't focus on being exposed to everything because that's just going to give you a lot of positions that you're not managing well, right? Just stick with one position, find something that you like or you believe in the thesis, right? Stick with it and manage it. Manage it through its down and its up and its sideways. I mean, ideally the position works out exactly the way you want it to, but if it doesn't, get ahead of that. SPX is a very, very expensive uh, asset to learn to do that on. I just asked GPT how to hedge, and it said use a hedge fund. Well, it's an AI, and it's stupid. I'm aware of the borrow rate. The prime borrow rate on GME has gone up about 2%, which is significant over the last week. Courtesy of JFresh. Dex versus strength. Yeah, but the beauty of being just an investor and buying stocks and holding them is kind of the difference between those two RPG classes, right? And that when you just buy stocks and hold them, you can just buy them and hold them. It's like going into the melee and smashing the X button, right? But when you trade options, you need to be far more versed in what you're doing and far more experienced with options than is required for stocks. The amount of knowledge is not comparable. Long theta for long-term thesis, short theta with opposite delta for short-term hedge, correct? Yeah, I mean simply put. There's other situations too, right? Like you're holding long-term calls, but you're offsetting near-term theta decay by selling against it, like PMCCs, or you know, uh, you can sell strangles outside of like your stock positions. Where if it dips to the downside, you buy. If it continues to stay flat, you just profit off of the sideways trading. you know, like short strangles. Um, you know, there's protective put strategies, which I'd never see anybody employ. Well, that's one of the reasons I've been talking about straddles so much. Is because they're an easier way to learn to manage a position that's not necessarily super exposed to. Well, it's not directionally agnostic, but it's close. And it teaches people a lot of very important things, like how to follow a trend, um, how to either, you know, hedge or average down the losing side, and then, you know, learning key like turning points and the indices is very important, especially if you're going to trade an index. You need to know where price action is likely to turn around. And so there's places to straddle, like SPX, for instance, that are far more ideal than other straddle strikes. Like straddling SPX at like 38.50 is very advantageous, right? Because if you can close the upside, a return to the downside is extremely likely because it's an integral level, right? There's a significant amount of options interest here. Whereas, you know, if you're below it, then the odds of crossing it to the upside are reduced. The odds of moving away from it to the downside are slightly increased. And then obviously the opposite is true if you're above it. And then you can learn to weigh your straddles where you have, you know, part of your straddle is more weighted towards the direction you're assuming the market will take, which not only increases your profitability, but it reduces your losses, provided you're correct. But if you're incorrect, you're still somewhat hedged to the downside, so you have reduced losses if it moves against you. Fubo 2025 long combos, I'm saying. Ah. I know where you're getting at, Carl. Um, how much leverage do you get? Is it 2 to 1? It's got to be absurd because I know puts are overpriced. So if you go Jan 2024, let's say 2025. Jan 2025 selling $2 puts, and then you buy $2 calls is 1 to 1, but 250 calls, yeah, it's still about 1 to 1. 250 puts, on the other hand, like if I was doing Jan 2025, I'd probably just do like 3, and then you get almost, yeah, $3 you get almost 2 to 1 leverage. You still have assignment risk though when you sell in the money puts. Doesn't, even if they're far dated, there's a chance. And I would say, given the price, it's very risky because if it falls below $1, there's a chance that Fubo could be forced into a reverse split. Donation towards your perm for the New Year's ball. Thank you, Anthony G. I appreciate it, man. How much does your strategy change with ES compared to how you trade SPX? Um, hmm. I generally don't play anything very short on ES. Usually my plays are a bit like my ES plays will be more in line with like my farther dated SPX expectations. Sometimes I scalp ES, but that's just like for fun. And most of the time there you're just kind of like trading the spread. Wow, a YouTuber that knows what he's talking about. How novel. Eh. That's why the stream and the YouTube are such shit. Because I'm not good at the YouTubing part. Let's say someone here, definitely not me, is over invested in a single stock. Would you recommend buying protected puts to protect the downside as a simple hedge? Thanks again for all you do. I think all GME investors should learn how to use protective puts, especially if GME runs. Very, very much if GME runs. Yeah, generally. So if SPX goes up and VIX goes down, generally the IV on SPX will also drop. So in big upside runs, the IV on SPX contracts usually falls off. It's very minimal though. Shifts are showing $500 million just spent on puts in the last hour. Are we wrong? But I think someone doesn't want the price to run. How dumb of them? How dumb or of them? Merry Christmas. I love you. LOA. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you also. Are you sure they're not sold? Yesterday there was a shitload of sold puts on SPX, which was interesting. That's the problem with shift search and watching options flow, is positionally it doesn't tell you a lot. You have to make a lot of assumptions for it to mean anything, and even then it's still not that meaningful. GN falling on GME due to lack of calls or an increase in puts. It seems like that dropped significantly. It did. Probably people selling off calls. As the OPEX period was missed, I'm sure many people exited their position. Same with Upstart as well, right? Protective puts, same like selling all your calls and flipping the entire position to puts in a single trade. Probably, yeah. But it's very on GME especially, it's very important how you enter protective puts, right? Because you can technically double capitalize on the downside of GameStop, and it's far more profitable than doubling up on the upside, right? Because on the upside, you'd be selling CSPs to buy calls, right? And you go synthetic long, right? And then the synthetic long, you would close the CSPs and then close the calls, and this leaves you with a bunch of capital at the top, right? Where you would sell covered calls or naked calls, and you use the proceeds to then buy puts. But the puts you buy here, it's not like here with the calls. The puts you buy here need to be in the money, and they need to be very far dated. So you need like 180 DTE, and you need like a delta of really 0.7, and you need one of these puts for every like 130 shares, 110 to 130 shares. Then, when the price inevitably drops back down from, its 50% increase or greater, say X is greater than or equal to 50%, right? Then at the bottom, you can close the puts, close the covered calls, or let them expire, right? And then you have a bunch of capital. And then you can use this to buy shares and increase your leverage, or you can use it to, re-enter synthetic longs for the next upside. You could actually, I mean, provided you have enough capital, there's no reason to even worry about OPEXs or cycles, right? Because you could just do this on like a with leaps, right? You can do this with uh like 300 plus DTE contracts, and you don't even have to make any considerations for near-term price action. I do some of this, but it's very capital intensive, even for me, to like build up massive like synthetic long positions on GameStop. It's very capital intensive. And I know I don't talk about a lot of these because I know most people don't have, well, a lot of capital. But GME by itself is more than sufficient to build up or accumulate a significant amount of wealth, provided it's well managed. Happy holidays to you, man. I've been watching for some time now. You're a real cool guy. Thanks, Piccolem. Always streaming, even through the illness. I hope you have a good rest over Christmas. I hope so too, man. Also, I've lost all my money. Are we still bullish on UPS surprise run today? On UPS or UPS? I'm not bullish on UPS. As a matter of fact, I was gonna maybe consider shorting them or FedEx after the holidays. But I suppose you mean UPS? I don't know about surprise run today, but pressure is definitely building. I think we may be within a deferred settlement period in some regard, but I've already lost all my money, and that's the advantage, is that my current max risk is well worth any potential reward. And I mean any reward. Even if it just went up to like $24, I'd be happier selling then than I would be now. Please define capital. Money. I don't have any cash because I'm not a pleb, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna wait a few more days. I mean, there's nothing there to roll, really, right? If I move to 2024, I'm basically just building a new position. We explain the difference between selling naked calls and selling calls naked. Visual aids are helpful for the learning experience. Thanks. What? So, that's the same thing. I mean, I guess one of them, you would actually be naked. You would take all your clothes off while just selling calls. Oh, you're trying to get me to take my clothes off. I get it. Nice try taking off Friday. It's a white Christmas, but it's not that kind of white Christmas. Would it be worth it on GME to do something similar to a synthetic short with the long dated puts or shorter dated CCs? Synthetic short with long dated puts, shorter dated cover calls are positioned to capitalize on both IV crush and downside. Yes, that's what I just said. It is. I mean, you can do like a calendar spread synthetic short combo kind of deal. I mean, that's essentially a synthetic short, except the calls are covered. You don't have to cover the calls, but then you're exposed to a lot of upside risk. I wouldn't do that through earnings periods or OPEXs. You could sell bear put spreads too if you want to capitalize off the IV crush, and you just want to try to like maximize leverage, because that's gonna be a credit spread, so you're gonna be able to get a shitload of leverage on it. If you were born as a Roman at their peak, would you be a merchant or pay join the equestrian class? Also, what city would you build your home stable? I would be what were they called? I can't remember the name of the person who runs it, but they were called like ludus. They were like gladiatorial schools. Alanista? There we go. That seems like a cool job. Perfectly in line with Gladiator 2, the sequel to the movie where everyone died. I've never seen Spartacus. Is it good? I think the hard part right now is I used to cover OPEX with cover calls, so it's been 84 years since CCs were worth selling. Hoping we get a run soon to at least get some decent CC opportunities. Hopefully. Oh, that's unfortunate. I made that film. Gladiator 2? Or the first one? Today I learned Ridley Scott is a billionaire. How does next week look to you now? Trending towards more up or tax loss selling down? You know, Bruce Wayne, you're one of the most uncertain market participants I've ever encountered. You and Sisyphus, who ironically is just focusing on one position. Ooh, are you ready for today? I learned the mob movie in Home Alone that Kevin uses to scare off the bad guys wasn't actually an IRL movie. It was made for Home Alone. I know that. I just value your opinion. I think it's gonna be a struggle with the collar all the way through its expiration. Um, and it's gonna weigh down a lot of potential price action. And unfortunately, after today, there's really no more bullish economic data for a little while. Well, not really. Maybe some job stuff and things, but I think we're gonna just keep getting dragged back to these levels unless we can get a significant move up. The collars get moved on the 30th. Or maybe slightly before, and then maybe re-rolled again right after. Because that's what they did last time to fuck with everyone. Maybe one slow day you could read Nick Cave's unmade script for Gladiator 2. It's hilarious. I think he invents the laptop. That sounds amazing. FYI, I only said I wouldn't get you a gift because it would be weird. I've been told I don't need to get weirder. No, get real weird. Let's see what the weirdest gift you can come up with is. Hey Gurk, does RevRQ's recent bankruptcy someone got me like a gift card for steaks for my birthday. That was cool as shit. I bought some steaks. I haven't eaten them yet, but I'm going to. I've strongly disliked JPM ever since he sank the Titanic on purpose 84 years ago. You know, really, it was that fucking bitch who killed Leonardo DiCaprio for no reason so she could hog that giant set of doors all to herself and keep her fucking blood diamond. Question, if you hold a short for a year plus gains taxed at long-term rates or no, as it's triggered from the buying of the security, so it's always short-term gains? No, it's just time you hold the position. So yeah, you get long-term gains if you, I think if you hold a short for a year. I've never held a short for a year, but I'm pretty sure. Should we gift you a lifetime Ortex membership for Christmas? Please don't. Are you aging the meats? Well, they're still frozen. I put them in the deep freeze side of my commercial freezer. I am still planning on sous videing them. Well, at least the one ribeye. I'm gonna try the sous vide on it. See how it comes out. Ever seen Titanic 2? It's as awesome as it sounds. No, I haven't. And it doesn't sound awesome at all. Came for the stock advice, stayed for the knowledge that there truly was enough space on that door for Jack. Exactly, champ. JP Morgan collar, do you base the price of the collar based on the percentages that JP collar publishes? No, you could just see it when you look at the gamma. You can see their fucking collar. It's huge. No, Snake River Farms, not Omaha. I've had Omaha. They're not very good. Or at least the ones I've had weren't very good. I'm gonna get nice ribeye tonight. Reverse sear for the win. One of my directors tried to convince me. Well, I don't want to do it right now because I'm on medicine that makes everything taste like metal. One of my directors tried to convince me to create a sous vide business. He was so fascinated by the process. It's just warm water that moves. Moving warm water. Have you ever tried wet age steaks in your fridge? It's amazing, and I highly advise trying it at least once if you haven't. So those freezers I have, the top sections, you can actually set them to like dehumidify, and you can dry age. I can like dry age meat in them. I've never tried it before, but they have an option for that. I should probably give that a shot. Although I feel like I'd have to buy a large chunk of meat. Because you gotta cut off a lot when you dry age it. Oh yeah, definitely gonna use. I will. I will use the cast iron. She booted DiCaprio off the door because she was about to turn 24. I knew that he'd just be on to the next young girl. Oh, maybe. Or maybe she was like promised to someone already and her dowry had been paid. This 3-day weekend is good timing for you. I hope you take it easy. I'm just gonna try to get some sleep. I haven't been sleeping enough, and I think that's why the fever's staying elevated. Had ancestors that died on the Titanic. True story. Claim to fame. Original founders of the Zero DTs. Not true. That was very deep, actual Dan. Those doors were huge. They definitely would have displaced the weight of 2 people. Fidelity borrow rate up to 7. So Fidelity's rate is always trailing. It's not a great one to watch. It'll continue to rise after IBKR drops. It's not the best evidence. It does show a persistence in activity over time, but I would say IBKR is the better rate to watch. What are your thoughts on those aged cuts that are submerged in butter? I haven't seen that. That sounds disgusting. They're more tender than non-aged steaks, Stefan. But if I don't like them, I don't like the like over-aged ones where you start getting into like 40, 50 days. Then they just start to get really gamey, and I'm not a big fan of the flavor. But there's a nice sweet spot around like 30, 35 days that's pretty nice. And significantly more tender than like just a non-aged steak. A young steak? Do you ever trade 180 STEs? What the fuck is an STE? You said on the type of laptops you're getting your family as Christmas gifts. I'm going to go to Costco today and buy the most expensive one they have. 3 of them. 4? Yeah, I've had game meat. That's not an Apple product. Dude, XRT. What's it doing? Oh, cool. Seconds till expiration. With you, Hazy, I don't know. I've traded like on some stocks I'll trade really far dated calls that are out of the money versus like shorter dated calls at the money. Isn't, don't forget me. That FTD cost to borrow go down when interest rates go up. Do you recall this too? No. Although I don't pay attention to her tweets. I'm still not entirely sure that she isn't just trying to sell her book to people. Still feeling SPX will close out strong. We'll see. I mean, it's staying fairly strong throughout the day. I think long build up looks pretty good. I still don't know if we're gonna break the collar, but if we do, that'd be cool. I just found out I'm your long lost brother. When do I get my new laptop? No. No, you're not. I don't think. Nice try, Yaga. No, I would actually say that it's not sensitive enough, unfortunately. Stefan. Do you have Costco's in the actual city? Yeah. Well, there's one in the city, and then there's one in Brooklyn. The one in the city is pretty big. It's like uptown. It's actually the Golden Delicious. You guys are just wrong. Synthetic long on Fubo at 250 strike has a 56 credit per contract. Good idea to play it out that far and tie up capital. Only thinking about 1K outlay. Have 1,000 shares at a 350 cost basis. Smart? Could be. The $3 strike offers a 2-to-1 long side exposure, which may be something that I would consider. It's very tempting. There's some risk there, though, and there's always assignment risk when you sell in the money CSPs. The apple of the pores. If you were the current king of England, what would you do about Meghan the B Markle, and when would you abolish Parliament? I don't know who that is, and then immediately. I would immediately abolish Parliament. First, I would win the hearts of the people, so they would let me do it. Or at least more than 50% of the people. Then I would abolish Parliament. Thoughts on buying stocks that are below book value that have a very low Zimjewski score? Oh, God. Stefan, you're getting coal for Christmas. It's supposed to assess the likelihood for bankruptcy in a company. So basically, he was asking, is it good to buy companies that are trading below book that are unlikely to go bankrupt? Not always. No. Sometimes they're just very uninteresting stocks. It has a very like low error rate. I think it's like 90%. Shit. Mm-hmm. Today is not as fun as I wanted it to be. Great new order? No. Everything is trading above VWAP, but Tesla is under VWAP. Does this mean that it's being shorted? I don't think Tesla's the only thing under VWAP. I'm pretty sure NASDAQ's getting hammered today still. Although it is slightly above VWAP. No, I think that Nasdaq's just kind of underperforming today. It seems to be in line with other Nasdaq stocks for the most part. I swear to God, if you ask me about Nvidia one more time, I'm gonna sell all of my position in it and never talk about it again. I outlined the entire play for like 3 months. What more do you want from me, Sisyphus? Do you mind sharing some thoughts on liquidity, year-to-date VWAP-based analysis from last week, and how signals look now with the new deferral knowledge? I mean, we have a lower test, like a 2 standard deviation test instead of the one at 1.75, but that test just occurred yesterday. So I would say based on that analysis, which has nothing to do with liquidity, technically. Although the further you deviate from VWAP, technically the less or more liquid the underlying would be. I would say that it still looks very promising for a reversion. That's like a technical approach to a similar type of analysis. I'm not a big fan of it. I just did it because people like triangles, and I was dicking around on TradingView. Nothing? I'm just chanting die. Oh, well, you wrote did. What's NVIDIA? NVIDIA? I pronounce it the way it's spelled. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. There's no E. They should have spelled it properly if they wanted it pronounced a certain way. I'll pronounce it properly when they spell it the way they want it pronounced. There's an N. N's make the N sound. It's not a separate letter. They should have put a hyphen or something. Like N hyphen video. Then I'd say NVIDIA. Do you use the Zimajewski score quite often? No. Why? Why not? I don't really use it or Altman Z because I don't buy piece of shit companies very often. I mean, I buy them sometimes, but it's rare. And usually, if I buy them, I'm trading them, not owning them for any significant period of time where the bankruptcy risk is a factor for me. Or, alternatively, they've already gone bankrupt, like Revlon. To help Jimmy, do we need to purchase all of our presents there? And before what date? I don't really think it's that good for evaluating tech companies, Stefan. They tend to have better access to capital and funding, and their growth is based less on revenue and cash flow and more based on subscribers. Subscribers don't necessarily equal revenue and cash flow, especially given that Fubo seems to give away unlimited 7-day free trials. Sava's not going to move on news. I'm still in Sava. I have like a kind of like a volatility position on it. Can you go over how Rev met all listing requirements and was still delisted? Because it's a decision made by a small board of people who do whatever the fuck they want. Bro, Upstart is now flat start. It's actually down start. Wait, MACD is at McDonald's stock ticker? What happened to Gamma Max? Just people selling off? Yeah. Probably a large part of it is people selling off. Also, the drop to significantly lower prices reduces the gamut of upper strikes. Was there something? No, I can't remember now. Ooh. Pushing the collar again. See, under the collar, the market celibate. Above the collar, market fucks. Like a priest. You're blurry. I can't see you at all. Like a hot Irish priest? I don't know. What the fuck? Childish. I'm not sure if it's a hickey, but it might be like a bite mark. I just noticed it. Was today's economic data good? Yes. Can you go over how the female version of you is way hotter than me? The female version of me is hotter than both the male and female versions of you. Walking. The male version of me is hotter than you as well. I can prove it. It's okay. We're not competing on that level. It's a walk-off. We're so close to gamma neutral. I haven't seen female Carl. Is she heavily bearded? Like a dwarf? Is your female version married? That's kind of my thing. I don't know. Have you looked at Wyckoff lately? Sure. I mean, I haven't done a full Wyckoff analysis, but yes, GME has some indications of accumulation. Not as strong as they were in, the lead up to March, but they're there. You might not have COVID after all. You might be turning into a vampire. That would be awesome. I already don't go outside. Then I would live forever. I mean, the compounding gains would just be crazy at that point. Do you ever regret bringing up Wyckoff all those months ago? No, not as much as I regret starting this stream 2 years ago. How much do you pay for rent in New York City? It's $3,500. Well, 36. It really depends on the day, Bob. It's been 2 years and I still haven't mastered cooking an eggplant parm. One day. Now you're stuck with us forever, like luggage. Yeah. Sorry to realize that. Thanks, David Lee. Leah? Leia? Lee. I don't know. You were a priest 10 minutes and now you're a vampire? Very bipolar. You said next year you're a bear. Bipolar bear? Is Gurk alt confirmed? No, he's definitely not my alt. I don't have an alt. There's no alts. It's just me. Favorite pizza chain? I don't buy pizza from chains. What manual labor does this Ponto subscription include? What do you want to build a barn with me or something? Pronounced like Lee. Okay. All right, so I got it right the first time. DMs. What do you got, Carl? Nice tits, bro. Source? I'm asking the questions. I mean, I'm not doing any Dan work, if that's the question, Ben. At least not just on the first month subscription of Pontiff. What was your life before you got rich? Were you poor? Very. Yeah. It sucked. That's female Carl. The fuck you mean, sauce? I mean, I assume that there's an entire library of these photos. Did you only do the free one picture boudoir package? Like the free trial, and you didn't get the entire series? I just wanted to build a barn. How fun would it be to build it in the most ridiculous spot, like the middle of your New York City street? Well, we'd probably get arrested if we tried that. How did you pay for college? Loans? I had a scholarship, which I then fucked up by switching my major. And then, yes, copious amounts of loan money. And full-time jobs, because the loans did not cut it. Was I a good student? Define. I got good grades. I don't think any of my teachers ever liked me very much. Well, most of them didn't. Thoughts on Papa John's shakaroni Pete's Piz? I've never eaten at a Papa John's in my life. Biology, Bruce Wayne. I wasn't going to be a good doctor. I only cared about the money. Also, it didn't look to be that profitable from that perspective. Being a doctor is a lot of school and debt for not that great of a reward, actually. Everyone thinks doctors are always killing it. And some are, but they also work really hard. Fuck that. So today's SPX action was put closing 38.40. Now just repositioning. How often does this play out this way when pre-market data is bullish? More often than not. It depends. It depends on the structure of the positioning in the market when the market opens and how much of that positioning is moved in pre-market. Pre-market can be kind of liquid. Sometimes it's not. It varies. But they have better ingredients and better pizza. No, they don't. They don't have good pizza. Maybe it's better than like what? What's the comparison? Domino's? Nice, buckled up, Jen. Way to show them. My preliminary doc friend makes like 35K a week as a free agent. It's pretty good. I mean, I know analysts that make like 10 to 15 million a year. Hedge fund managers that make a lot more than that with half the education. Less than half the education. Fuck analysts, they're always late. I am not bald under this hat. You go fuck yourself, Danwich. I'll get my ice cream from the other guy from now on. I can make $8 in 6 minutes behind a Taco Bell. You make more money than that treating the SPX every week. How do you become an analyst or a trader or manager in an institution? What kind of education do you need for that? Usually applied mathematics or finance, and then experience. Up until a certain point, it's very nepotistic. After that, it becomes more of a merit-based promotion system. I have friends that are anesthesiologists that make like 400-600. My buddy's wife's a neurologist. She makes like I think she makes like a couple mil a year. Actuarial science, yeah. You have to get your certifications for finance, I think, though. 6 years to get an Ivy League PhD, and my starting faculty job was 70K, with dreams of breaking 6 figures in 5 years. It was great. I mean, there's a reason that a lot of like PhDs leave and go into finance. I remember he told me that like my friend who's an anesthesiologist, he told me that like his first day like when he started his oh, what the fuck's it called? After residency. Uh Fellowship. Um like the guy who was like the attending or whatever who is leading their team was like, you guys are all gonna kill someone in the next year. And I think they all did at some point. I think you have to be okay with like, as an anesthesiologist at some point you have to accept that you are gonna not only kill someone, but it will be your fault. Friends, acquaintances. I don't know. They were friends at one point. They kind of fell by the wayside. Oh yeah, I have plenty of broke friends too. How's it their fault? They fucked something up, didn't read their medical history properly. It doesn't take a big mistake. Yeah, it's a little bit of art and science, right? They're trying to get you almost dead without killing you. It's a very delicate balance. I mean, I think all the calculations are done by computer nowadays, right? Because hospitals don't want to get sued, but Jimmy seems to be a nice little channel with the last 3 high points and low points. Is there any weight behind this upper channel, or is the TA worthless with GME? When Jimmy trends bullish, the TA tends to line up, but the rest of the time it's too volatile. I'm almost dead. I turned 27. Yeah, you don't have a lot of time left. Should get cracking. How this put's doing today, Dan Weeklies? We're gonna bust through this color or what? Here's the problem with the color, right? Generally, when you have like a big, like negative gamma position and you test it, and you test it again, and you test it again, it starts to break down, right? It capitulates under the repeated tests, and then it makes a break to the upside, not only stronger, but more likely. With the collar, it just doesn't move. Like, it's not going anywhere. It's gonna fucking sit right there. If you break up past it, it's still gonna be there. I know a lot of good engineers, and all of them make less than me with my amateur trading. Yeah, I mean, trading, if you're good at it, can be extremely profitable. But it varies widely. It's I would say that the average is probably negative. And then like the 80th and 90th percentile are probably around like 50 to 120K a year. I was placed in timeout with a dunce hot. I've taken this time to apologize. Noted. Your ice cream duties will be restored. Call credit spreads fried. Ouch. The last days of his life, he was very sad and felt guilt for everyone he lost in the OR. Yeah, I think being a doctor comes with a lot of emotional baggage too. Well, it depends on the type of person you are. Psychopaths apparently find the surgery role very enticing. How do you find out where the collar is exactly? Is it published online somewhere? Yeah, I mean they're fun strategies published online, but you can see where the collar is because it's so fucking big. Right? Here, I'll show you. So like if we're looking at like the like nat gamma, right? On SPX right now. Hold on. Let me bring up an image for you so you can see it. That's the collar, right? Like it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just huge. And when they move it, it's like the exact same number of contracts. So you can see it in the order flow. Why would I ever fucking do anything for James Rowland? Here, I'll help you out. Not even very profitable compared to the amount of risk I take, but I only need a few good hits a year to do it. Plus, little by little, my day trading, like I made 1K today with SPX so far. Nice. It's not for a market chameleon. And you can make them yourself for free. I don't think so. I think there was a period here where GME was not tracking with the market at all earlier in the day. Then it did track some of this upward move, but then moved against the rising market almost throughout this entire period. So I don't think we've been super correlated to the market at all today. I mean, we just keep, it looks like we just keep getting rejected off gamma neutral. What would it take to destroy said color? The market would have to move up enough to encourage them to roll it. You into shaming women too? I mean, I guess if they're into it, I can accommodate them. But generally, no. Unless you're rich, becoming a doctor doesn't make financial sense. You get 500 to 650K in debt, where the principal value to pay back doubles by the end of the loan because interest is so jacked. It's very, yeah, it's very expensive to become a doctor. It helps if your parents can pay for school. Still thinking there's an end of year sell off next week down to 37.50, or we get a Santa rally. I don't know yet. Take it as it goes. Today's news is pretty bullish. So that could encourage uh continued moves to the upside, but they may be slow. Out of curiosity, do you still have any Revlon left? Yeah. Is there a chance anything comes from that stock? Possibly. I don't know what's going to go on with their current debtor proposal to take the company private, but it probably won't be great for shareholders. We'll see if the bankruptcy court approves it or it's contested. There's still a potential for a buyout between now and April from another party. You explained the ETF side earlier, but what about the FTDs not being covered on Upstart? What FTDs? Like MMFTDs? MMFTDs are usually covered like within 2 days of being created. They usually don't persist. We don't have a current FTD report for Upstart. Or we don't have a current FTD report for anything because they're reported on a delay. But I'm not sure what you mean about the FTDs. There's no FTDs during OPEX. OPEX is not the resolution of FTDs. It's the thing that generally creates FTDs. Was 35 a meme? I don't know. I mean, you created a $35 meme over the weekend. Last week. So, yes? The plan must be voted on by the end of Feb. Yeah. I got to read a little bit more of it last night. I'm still nowhere near through even a significant chunk of it. And like I said before, mergers and acquisitions aren't really my field, and bankruptcy definitely isn't. So I'm not even sure my opinion on it is going to be that relevant. They released an updated plan this morning. Is it better? Does it no longer destroy shareholder equity? Hot tub stream on Monday? I don't know. I may not do one. I don't know if I'll be... I'm going somewhere, so I don't know if I'll be back in time. But maybe I'm not going somewhere because I'm sick. We'll see how I am, I guess. It's Christmas, Gurk. Take some time off. I don't like taking time off. Anytime I'm off for too long, I feel like I get behind, and this is not the business for that. It's good for workaholics and obsessive compulsives. Who said 1.6 million earlier? They did? When was the last time you had a vacation? Never. I had some forced ones at like old jobs, but I've never taken one willingly of my own accord. Hmm. I would say, Stefan, that it looks like they're picking up a little bit of interest going into their next earnings in February. Possibly looking for an increase in their net income to go positive. Look at their margins. Yeah. Revenues are okay. Bring their debt to asset ratio down. So maybe an expectation that they'll show positive EPS on this earnings. I would say it's picking up some institutional interest. Very white coffee. And yeah, sure, rounded bottom breakout. If those earnings fail, it's gonna drop like a rock, though. So I'd probably want a pretty high degree of confidence that those earnings are gonna be good, or at least or close your position before earnings if it rallies into. If the SEC changes the market structure, is MOASS back on the table during the transition period? Probably not. How are Upstart tips looking? I don't know. Do we have? I don't know if we have enough information for today. Uh, Relatively unchanged. I could check like the 3 hour. Uh, Two. A little divergent from the. Yeah, they're diverging a little through the intraday, but they tend to diverge through the intraday. The question is, like, it's more the trend over several days that's important, but I would say that I don't know. It's kind of hard. Nothing's really happening on Upstart today. It's kind of stagnant. GME. That's the wrong time. GME, I would say that they are continuing to collapse. We'll see. We may start to see a move in the direction we want today out of them. I think it looks pretty good. Although that pullback kind of leveled things off about an hour ago. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to align this with the. It was about 40 minutes ago. Not a significant amount of change on them. Not a lot of volume traded, right? By holiday weekend, you mean the Thanksgiving holiday or Christmas? Christmas. Do you mean the price action would occur before December is over or pushed out to Jan? I think before December is over. I think next week would be the finalization of the settlement period, based on that understanding. Really super risky though. For Rev, it would need some kind of activist investor that finds value in a dying makeup business to buy it, turn it around, causing retail investors to jump in and hype and DRS the float. I mean, I kind of want that one guy to buy it, the guy with the triangulation algorithm who's going to triangulate the debt and make it disappear. I liked him. His proposal was hot fire. I can't believe that the creditors weren't all about it. Yeah, probably fairly early this morning, Cooley. Although I also covered it in the daily. I feel like I went in depth enough. Oh no, we're gonna slip the collar again. Sad face. JPM seem like Scrooge. Yeah. At least Trades and Macor stop stipping their viewers. Nice imagery. Grifting must be easy money. It's ridiculously hard, actually. It is a full-time job. Fubo has become entirely stagnant. It was doing well earlier. What happened? Oh, look at that. It was just flat. Fun. You guys don't want to trade the spread between 1.86 cents and 1.7 cents? 1.87 cents? There's millions to be made here, guys. Oil prices have been going up this week. However, I've noticed Oxy being more choppy than other oil stocks. If you're expecting oil prices to increase this year, which oil stock would you recommend? I still like Oxy a lot. Probably more than the other ones. If not, like Zom. Zom's always pretty easy. BP's interesting. I think it's a little undervalued compared to the rest. But their oil exposure's not as good. But they do have better natural gas exposure. Could be a consideration going into the end of winter. I have BP and Oxy though. Those are the holdings I have for oil. Oh, and Halliburton. What does retirement look like for you? I die one day while I'm trading. What price is Oxy good to get in? I like it below 62. If you can buy it sub 60, that's a very nice range. I doubt you'll get it below like 54. But if you can, the 50 like 52.25 is 52.25 to like 57.50 is a really good range. That's where Buffett bought a lot of his. Cough, cough, Zom to 130. How likely is Fubo going to have a reverse split if they hit $1 next year? I mean, if they need to, they will. I'm sure they've done them in the past. I don't know how likely Fubo is to hit $1, but Blueberry Batman. I hope everyone has happy holidays. Thanks, Girk, for being here every day, and thanks, Pickle Jar, for being awesome and hilarious. Also, start the OPEX, please. We'll see. Girk, where did the Lambo go? It's in its parking spot. Under my bed. How is it possible Rev shareholder ownership can just be wiped out? I know shareholders are last in line when a company goes bust, but I thought they would have to be bought out to go private. As far as I know, yes, but I don't know how that works in bankruptcy court. Like, I understand Perelman's equity could be wiped out, but I don't understand how public equity can be. Is the Lambo your bed? No. I like today's recovery. I just wish it wasn't so fucking slow. Hey, buddy. I hope you have a great Christmas. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Jason Bowers. I hope you do too, man. I think Fubo will have a bounce at some point, and since the shorting seems to have stopped, this might be the bottom. I already picked up some $3 calls for $10 a contract. They're very cheap. Check DMs. What do you got, Ben? Page 61E. Cancellation of existing indebtedness and securities, except otherwise expressly provided in the plan, confirmation, or any agreement, instrument, or other document, action with or pursuant to the plan, blah, 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 blah. God, I hate legal documents. All notes, bonds, indentures, certificates, security shares, equity securities, purchase rights, options, warrants, convertible securities or instruments, credit, blah, blah. Okay, all everything. Including without limitation to the 2016 credit agreement, the ABL facility credit agreement, Branco credit agreement. Cancel release shall be real. They're under in any way related thereto shall be deemed satisfied in full, canceled, release, discharge, and of no force or effect. The obligations of the debtors are. I have no idea what this says. I could barely read it in the Discord. Would you consider the past 2 days of trading SPX easy mode? I only ask because I've actually been making money. Not particularly. No, it's far easier in a bull market. Most days you can just buy calls at the beginning of the day and sell them at the end. Or buy calls at night and sell them in the morning. RC's newest bag holder. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, Gurk. Glad you seem to be feeling better. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you and the pickle jar so much. Thank you so much, man. Happy holidays, dude. The new issuance of stocks and warrants mentions nothing of current shareholders. Okay. Yeah, that was like 7 paragraphs of them repeating the same set of things. Well, that may be true then. Although, don't forget this plan hasn't been approved yet. Additionally, even if it is approved, the stock would still be delisted, and that would still require any short positions on the stocks that have to be covered. Not that there's a lot of hopium in that, but some, potentially. No, Fubo's still trading. Do shareholders get a vote? No. Revlon owes me free lipstick or something. Just, this still may not get approved. There can still be a buyout. Specifically says no in the filings. No what? Did they close the window for no to oh yeah, shareholders voting. Yeah, there's no shareholder vote. We don't own enough. Like public equity isn't enough for it to matter, right? It would just go with the majority shareholder vote, which is the owner of the company. Do you actually think people sold GME yesterday? No, but for a couple days leading into yesterday. Yesterday was definitely net buying, but not necessarily people selling GME, but people selling out of like call contracts and stuff like that, which releases the hedge, right, and creates like a little more liquidity. There was a period where some liquidity was created leading into like from like December uh what 7th. So from like December 6th through Friday the 16th there was some selling. Some selling, I mean, either the market maker selling off their hedge or people selling shares. There's no way to tell that part. You share your futures watch list. Yeah, I usually watch like T-bond futures, the three, well, mostly the 5-year note futures, then ES, NQ, and RTY, and YM. So the Dow 100 E-minis, the Russell minis, NASDAQ minis, and ES minis, contract in front. Dixie oil, gold, silver. No, I don't believe so. Your mom's hot friend. Although potentially the ETFs could take a deferral in their rebalance, but it's not likely they will because they want to continue trading against their NAV, right? Why is there a plant Discord channel? 1 second, someone's at my door. Alright, what did I miss? I'm not expecting anything regarding trader. If something happens, awesome. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I would manage risk accordingly. But I don't really have that much left to lose on the position, so I really don't give a shit. Well, that's so sweet of you, Frosted Flakes. You guys thought I got kidnapped? No. Sorry. What's going on with Fubo? High frequency trading in a 1 penny, or, well, yeah, roughly 1 penny range. I should have just full ported into Tesla Q 2 weeks ago. Yeah, yeah. Shorting Elon Musk's insanity and mental breakdown was very profitable. Hedge fund ninjas. Alright. You guys get up to some weird shit when I walk away from the stream. One more test of 38.45 left in the SPX today. Actually, based on the positioning, I would imagine that it could push up through 38.45. But slowly, and in a really not exciting or theta beneficial way. That's why after the first early test of the collar, I then reopened positions that expire Monday so that I wouldn't get burned out on theta waiting for it to push through the collar the rest of the day. I don't know if anyone's subscribed to my Twitter. I don't know how to use it, but I think I have Twitter followers. I know occasionally I'll get notifications that I've been tagged in some argument about me by what I can assume are only people who still believe in MOASS, because they seem to live and breathe Twitter. And people who like want to be relevant but aren't because they're idiots like to tag me and stuff. So like J-Roll and that Elliot Waves moron. We're all multimillionaires with the help of hindsight bias. Pretty sure the weirdness is a permanent feature of the stream, whether you're here or not. Yeah. That might be my fault, though. How do I make my foresight as good as my hindsight? Learn from your mistakes. Why would you buy calls on the SPX over a 3-day weekend? Wouldn't you have to have a lot of theta to offset the 3-day weekend or hope for a big move? I have no intention of holding this call through the 3-day weekend, right? Now you're noticing that it's not only an extra wrinkly brain thought, but the wrinkles are deep. They have more than one layer, like an onion. I just wish my mom of Mary OPEX. I've been here too long. We've just gotten started, JC. My foresight was removed at birth. Oh, that's something else. What date does the ETF rebalance defer to? I think they'll be completing them next week. XRT just went cash positive today, so. And barely. What are your thoughts on Upstart? Sorry I'm late. Please buy the float, thanks. It's trading flat at $13, which is preferable to trading flat at $12.80. Haas at the current price? What is Haas? Oh, Hasbro. I would never buy their stock. Fuck them. They've destroyed Magic. The only thing that actually makes them money. Are you trying to lock the float with the other shareholders to gain majority control? Is there a storm in New York? I don't know. I haven't been outside. The UPS guy earlier looked like he hadn't been having a good day, so maybe. It is bananas, space banana. But as the resident banana expert, hopefully you can guide us. Is there any realistic chance for Upstart to go back on Rig Show? What would have to happen? Somebody would have to intentionally fail 10,000 shares of XRT a day for 5 concurrent days. Is my heater on? I mean, the temperature of my apartment is set to 72 degrees until winter is over. And then it will be set to 65 degrees until winter starts. Why would I board my windows shut? I don't know. I've never counted them. 7? Maybe? Whatever illness I have, it's currently unconfirmed. I have not yet kicked. Do you know what kind of volume we'd be expecting? We'd be hoping for lots of it. Maybe the entire float of GameStop or double in a few days. That'd be cool. Any suggestions on how to safely transmit vital documents over the internet or email? You could encrypt them. Oh, DocuSign? Has Popcorn Trader told you about them? They might have a service for that. Well, it's either 10,000 a day or 0.5% of the shares outstanding. Yeah, I don't really know about the storm. I see people talking about it, but it doesn't mean anything to me. It's negative 20 here, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 8 inches of light, fluffy snow out, rescuing people stuck in the ditch. At times, I can't see the front of my quad. Thanks for making me laugh and keeping me sane. Do you have to rescue people out of ditches? Can't you just leave them there? Are you getting paid to do that? Is it like part of your like a responsibility of yours, or are you just doing that for fun? That's why you don't live in Buffalo, your mom's hot friend. You don't care about the storm because your fur and horseshoes protect you from the elements. It's ridiculous. Do you enjoy heavy metal? Sometimes? First he pushes them into the dishes. Ah. They've been stuck since 6:30 a.m. in Minnesota. Again, why is that your problem? It's called being a good person, Girk. And no, you can't short it. Nonsense. County plows quit going out. Ah, okay. It is your responsibility. That makes more sense. If the housing market crashes, will Upstart go up? But I don't know how much it would affect Upstart. Not a huge amount of their business is from mortgages currently. Shorting being a good person, same going going long on AAA. I don't know how that works, but I can't imagine living out anywhere and like going and saving people from being stuck in the snow. Usually my reaction to hearing about people stuck in the snow is, ha. That's why I don't go outside. And then that reinforces my own belief that going outside is a waste of time. I understand if it's your job to go and rescue people out of the snow, then you've chosen that for yourself, right? But if it's not your job, why would you ever do that? What about catching a deadly disease while stepping a lady of the night? I'll have you know that there was no monetary transaction that occurred, Odorous Colon. So on her behalf, I'll take offense to the lady of the night comment. But you play with fire and you get burned. That was some hot fire. Well, there was a transaction, all right. Yeah, of the viral load variety. I don't believe it. I don't believe you're not on antipsychotics, Walken. But I don't comment about it. Yeah, probably worth it. I completely believe Walken is not on antipsychotics. Okay, well, yeah. I believe he's not taking them. Good for you, Veronica. How about the GameStop stock, eh? Well, it's right up against gamma neutral. Did you say I am Groot when you explode, or I haven't ever used that one, but I do like to. I do enjoy adding a little comedy to that moment. That's all that matters. Illness via bite marks isn't the worst thing to happen to you. It's true. I went to go get sushi last night, and it was cold out, and they were closed. Although the sign on their door clearly stated they would be open till 10. I had no other food plans, so I went home hungry. It was actually terrible. No, no, it was 9 o'clock. Remember the battle for 180? Yeah. You get a pickle on the screen with a stick to poke the SPX. I don't have a appropriately themed holiday Stefan with a candy cane and a Santa hat, so the answer is no. That's a hint for some people. Time to sue City Sushi. Maybe. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you have rated her looks? Well, that's very demeaning, but an 8.5. Did you show her your O face? She wasn't facing the same direction at the time. So maybe not. Who has jurisdiction over FINRA? FINRA. Hello, Girk. We are the House Billionaire Upstart chat. We voted in favor of using McLovin's duck lamp as a technical indicator. If you're in favor, say aye aye. Is that the weird lamp that he has? His what did he refer to it as? Fuck lamp? Is it his fuck lamp? Maybe we could use that. What property of it is the indicator? My net was down all morning. It's good to come back and see absolutely nothing has changed all day for me. It was the longest I pulled away from stocks in a while. Addiction is real. Welcome to my world. I'm gonna try to get sushi again today after the stream. And if it fails, this time I have a backup plan. I'm gonna come home and make a BLT. You mean to tell us your bedroom is not floor-to-ceiling mirrors? No, I don't want to see that shit. My body is not what it was in my 20s. How are New Yorkers so nonchalant about the rats? Sure, London's got more per square meter, but they're underground. Over there, they look more like terrier dogs, and here they're closer to Mickey Mouse. I don't know if we're nonchalant about rats. I can't think of any situations. It's not like we're hanging out with them, like the Rat King and Nutcracker or something. You know, they're there in the street. You don't play with them, you know. I think most of them are underground. If I drop $1 million on Fubo with the chart move, probably. I don't know what the bar rate on IBKR is. I'm not looking at it. I don't have any avocados. Also, avocados ruin BLTs. It's not a good combo. When your 20s were 56 years ago, 84, You can hardly blame yourself for thinking that. That's true. Who's better rats, California or New York? You know, honestly, living in California was the most proximity I'd ever had to large numbers of rats. They have these things called tree rats there, which are like halfway between a rat and a possum. They're gigantic, and they're fucking everywhere. In New York, there's a degree of separation between you and the rats, unless you live in the ghetto. In which case, you just hit them with like a hammer. No, not a squirrel. Hold up. I lived in Orange County. How ni jiao shenma mingsa? Wo how? I don't know what you're saying. Nope, there goes walking. That's not Persian. Walgen. We're in Orange County, the southern part of it. That's why people hire falconers to keep the tree rats away. Interesting. Wait, is that real? I'll show you what I'm talking about. These ugly fuckers. Its scientific name is Rattus rattus. It's one of the last two introduced rats that occurred in California, the other being the Norway rat. And the Gambian pouch rat of Florida has not established itself in California. Roof rats were common on early sailing ships and apparently arrived in this country by that route. The rat has a long record as a carrier of the plague, aka Black Death. Roof rats, like tree squirrels, like a wide variety of fruit and nuts, including those of our prized ornamental and landscape plants. Just all over Southern California. Maybe you didn't have fruit trees. I did have fruit trees. That might be why we had more of them. Yeah, I know it's pretty affluent. Thanks, Sunbun. I appreciate that. I don't know what it was for. Was there a message? Ratus. That's the worst fucking scientific name ever. I had a roof rat that kept digging at my upstairs patio garden. Of course, you have an upstairs patio garden. I laid all sorts of traps that never worked. One day, out of frustration, I kicked my patio chair. It was hiding underneath and died. You sick son of a bitch. Did a tree rat ever get aggressive with you? No, but they didn't really seem to care if I was there or not. So, like, very forward, not skittish at all. Although New York City rats aren't either. They'll get pretty close. Here comes that rejection of gamma neutral. You know it. Until it doesn't. We have tree rats and ground squirrels. State is backwards as fuck. Chop off or mod. Why are the adult dating websites just posting stock tickers now? Do you know if you start feeding crows, they'll learn your face and protect you if you're out walking around? Corvids are very intelligent. They can solve complex puzzles faster than most people. 1 second. The last piece of my desk has arrived. It's gigantic. That's way bigger than what I thought I ordered. I don't think that's going to fit in this room. I probably should have measured. No, there will be no desk assembly stream. Some parts of my life are private frog dongs. Me losing screws down the cracks in my floor and screaming at parts is not something I need to share with the world. If we don't trade the stock all day, the price won't rocket. Some trading desk somewhere. Probably. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you, Gurk, and all of you in chat in the pickle jar. Thanks for trying to learn us some stacks. You got it, Not So Zen. Thank you so much. I know what you did, and I appreciate it. Measure once, cut multiple times is the slogan I live by. I like it. Is that for cocaine? Or, like, building things? Upgrade to a 3-bedroom apartment with vaulted ceilings that overlooks Central Park. Go fuck yourself. Your trading desk room is the room that overlooks the park. 1/3 of your rent equals tax write-off. Yeah, but the rest of my rent will go up by $20,000 a month. I'd rather live in a closet. Recommend a famous steakhouse in New York City. Old Homestead. It's just a good solid steak. There's better, but there's a lot worse for more money. PC fans picking up speed. I don't want to alarm anyone. It could be a Windows update. It could be a rally. Am I gonna have to downgrade my computer to get this technical indicator? He who fap and trade while staring at pickles may prosper with much potency and testicle. Confucius, probably. Okay. I'm glad you've drained your testicles. I'm all horned up. How about you? I'm super fucking horny right now, JFresh. DM me if you want to find out how horny I am. Also, thanks for getting the Greeks back up, buddy. See, someone was gonna YOLO into GMA. Ugh. Do you think March 1730s are reasonable safe to hold through Jan OPEX? Yeah, I mean, they're not going to see too much decay, and they don't really have that much delta right now, so it's not the worst position. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Whoa. JFresh is your buddy? Yeah, he's on the quant team. What's that all about, guy? What's... I don't know. I'm not your guy, buddy. Per Webull News, AMC announced it would sell APE units to Antara Capital at an average of 66 cents per share. So AA is selling directly to the hedge funds again. Wow, that's actually really awesome because then they get out of their shorts at 66 cents. Also, Fubo's being seller boxed. Win public apology from you to the bat. Never. And it's not. It's just being high frequency traded between 86 and 87 cents. Here we go, Jimmy. Let's see if we can continue this trend. Ooh, SPX did a thing I don't like. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's gonna go back up soon. Crazy stop loss hunt. What's wrong with these people? TDA not allowing direct routing. Who cares? How do I know? How do I know what? How can you tell if it's a stop loss hunt? Fucking magic. Did you see my copy of options volatility and pricing? Any pointers to keep in mind before I dive in? No. Just go forth and absorb knowledge. Can we get delivery on the pickle song from yesterday? I did a pickle song earlier today, and I re-delivered the FTD yesterday. I covered. The genius behind the overwhelmingly complex Hankin Ashi candle calculation, that's a stretch, is that the highs and lows are the same as regular candles while still smoothing the price action. Yes. They're pretty cool. GME above GN, same like VUP song? Wait, AMC sold over 200 million ape shares in a private sale at the all-time low? Isn't that horrendous? Nothing like closing your shorts for a discount. Wait, if they're adding to the wait, if it's like a shelf offer and they're adding to the float of ape, then aren't they further diluting AMC? God. Adam Aaron's perfectly legal crime is just You know, he might be my new favorite CEO. Dilution makes AMC stronger. Help, I'm being fleeced. I've never seen somebody dilute so much, so effectively. You had to say that the one time Lisa Sue is watching the stream. She holds a special place in my heart. She's not going anywhere. Thanks, Eskimo Vapor. You too. Yeah, I mean, for somebody as good at grifting as Adam Aaron is, how is he not a billionaire? Like, AMC's year over year is making more money than it ever has. And their profits and revenue have only gone down. You're disturbingly detailed. How's your poops been? Okay. I take a lot of fiber, Popo. Do you see any possibility that you're putting in a higher low on the major SPY trend and we could see moves up past 410 in January? Maybe? Yeah. There's a continuation. I do have to admit, the amount of arm twisting involved with AMC is pretty exquisite. Not just this recent down, but all around. It's the Wild West over there. Mines, coins, shisty deals. It's like reality television. It's ridiculous. Adam Aaron will win the Corporate Raider Oscar this year. Oh, man. Does the SPX have any chance of hitting 80.50 today? Yes. It does have a chance. That's all. You would not get past the condo board with that hat in Central Park West. Yeah, not with my bank account either. That's a different level of rich. I'm not there yet. How about Mark Codes buying AMC at $40? Didn't Matt Kors buy a bunch of it at 70? I hereby declare I'm changing my name from Mr. Sadman to Mr. Madman. First, because I'm madly in love with you. Thank you. Second, because I'm mad I didn't start pickling sooner. Thirdly, because I found a new obsession with trading. Happy holidays, homie. You're the goat. Thank you so much, Mr. Madman. You have a happy holidays too. Is now a safe moment to go grocery shopping without missing anything? Do you have any zero DTEs? I shamefully bought at $62 with the 10-to-1 reverse split will allow me to reach my cost basis once again. Adam Aaron is a genius. Oh boy. That's not how that math works. Happy holidays, and thank you for the gift that keeps on giving, Hopium. Whether it's OPEX, NOPEX, or HOHOPEX, we will still find a way to lose money and blame you. Enjoy the holidays, and I hope you feel better. Do centaurs help reindeers with Santa's sleigh? Thanks, Q. Thank you, Costellosaurus. We I'm not a centaur. But feel free to tell your wives that everything's my fault this Christmas. It'll help. Wow, the top post on SS is a picture of Rage Against the Machine lyrics. Amazing DD. Oh man. Is Miralax a petroleum derivative? I have no idea. I buy bulk psyllium husk. It adds bulk to your stool. You may not be a full centaur, but you are where it counts, big boy. By the way, I'm talking about your hooves. Get your mind out of the gutter. Have you ever seen a grown man naked? Yes. I remember when Adam Aaron sold a bunch of shares, and then Boss Blunts told people if they hated AA for doing that, then they don't know business. Yeah, he's a moron too. Yes, PEG 3350 is synthesized from petroleum distillates. Well, there you go. I go to a human hospital like other humans, because I'm a human. Did your friend from FINRA mention when they should be completed by? He said before the year end. He said this is really common around the holiday season. I guess they complete their balancing before the end of the year because they need to file their annual reports. So I'm hoping that it's next week and not like following that. But he doesn't. The guy who told me that doesn't work with FINRA. Like he does shit with like CBOE and family offices. So I don't know if that's a FINRA thing or just like a thing that goes on with ETFs at the end of the year. Have you ever been to a Turkish prison? No. Um, no. I've never been to Turkey. Since Upstart has limited ETF exposure, should we not have high expectations for ETF covering? Possibly not. But any covering could start to catalyze other things. They definitely lean on bots pretty heavily. Bots is a liquid as fuck right now, so I think you misunderstand. Like you can get a lot of shares out of an ETF that doesn't have very many of them. Maybe that'll make more sense. I'm working on a screenplay called The Little Centaur. It's a semi-true story about young Gert growing up and wanting to leave the pasture to explore the financial markets. Oh, Jesus. I've eaten turkey. I don't like it, though. It's gross. When actual SPX bounce? I don't know. I think Me6 banned me. Can I submit a ban appeal with the sub? The sub wouldn't have anything to do with it. Why did Me6 ban you? What did you do this time? Why do you keep getting banned and timed out? You're becoming a problem, and it's not worth it for me to deal with it. You should approach RC with that book idea. It's a screenplay, he said. Yeah, also, why would centaurs live in pastures? They don't eat grass. How many Lego sets do you own? 0. Shares reported in ETF are just placeholders to the value of the underlying reflected in the value of the ETF, and not the actual number of shares. I mean, the shares reported are the number of shares they're supposed to have. But it has nothing to do with the amount of shares that have been created against their shareholding. The phase list that has caps in it, and I keep posting it like an idiot. I'll look into it later. Just DM me on the Discord or the subreddit and Reddit and remind me. Why does Me6 care if I type in capital letters? He doesn't like hype. Capital letters would only be used for hyping things and at the start of sentences and proper nouns. Centaurs eat fancy steak and BLTs only when they can't get sushi. I think you can still send a request to DM me. Just DM me on Reddit. Should your viewers make any New Year's resolutions? Sure. No worries. So I learned Pi-Fi is bald. I wish. It'd be so much more aerodynamic. You know, picking an arbitrary point in time to correct something is probably, you know, you could just do that any day. You could be like, I'm not going to do this thing anymore, or I'm going to start doing this thing. You don't, it doesn't need to be at New Year's. And also, I don't care about your fucking New Year's resolutions. Don't tell me about them. I know people might think, oh, Pi-Fi wants to hear what I'm changing. I don't give a shit. Keep it to yourself. Actually, don't tell anybody about your New Year's resolutions. They're yours. I fucking hate New Year's resolutions. And people that talk about them incessantly. No one gives a fuck. Here's some things that no one cares about. Your religious and political affiliations, pictures of your fucking children, and your New Year's resolutions. On social media, I'd be more likely to pay attention to an account that just graded and posted pictures of their daily bowel movement than I would any of the preceding things I mentioned. What did Watkins say? Ancient Chinese shock tactic, chapter 6, verse 9. When ETF no pay, 2 in pink, 1 in stink. Definitely Sun Tzu. Oh, God. I'm just trying to. This is me hedging Stefan telling me about his fucking New Year's resolutions. Because I know we're only days away from it happening. And I'm trying to get 7 DTE of hedge in place. Before he's like, Kirk, for New Year's, I'm only going to be using Renko charts for the first quarter of the year. Thought I chose Macmillan instead. Yeah, Macmillan's book's a good one. His resolution is to sell you an overpriced salt lamp. Oh, that's the thing you're not into? But you're into salt lamps and tiny gardens and bottles. Are you into bonsai too? Probably. Wouldn't the options change suggest Tesla will finish in the 130s today? Not necessarily. It's an awfully liquid stock to assume that the options chain controls its price action entirely. My resolution is to play more of your long-term plays on a short-term basis. Cry about it on Discord all day and night. Oh, you mean Fubo? Where's Natty? I know he's still in here. Is low price or low volatility more important for an entry into leaps or possible GME runs? Technically low volatility. Usually yesterday volatility spiked on the drop, so yeah, generally low volatility is more important than, well, if you're buying options, low volatility is more important than the lower price. If you're buying far dated options beyond 30 days, then low price. I'm into raw. Why'd you capitalize that, man? Powerful nature. And a giant salt lamp is both raw and powerful. Not the tiny ones. And yes, I'm into bonsai. You know, one would argue that the salt lamp isn't raw and has in fact been cooked through geological process. I got kicked for posting the natty copy pasta once after 3 other people did it. I think it was spam detection. Man, I'm starting to get the feeling that not only do the mods, but the bots don't like you either. That's a bad combo. Is Stefan same like Mr. Cheezel from Grandma's Boy? Stefan's like the person I'm afraid of. Like one of the reasons I don't own property is that I would end up with a neighbor like him that's overly passionate about things I don't care about and also likes to talk to me. It's interesting that Jimmy and Upstart have had way different action the last couple days. I guess. I mean, they're not the same stock, right? GameStop still has significantly more interest than Upstart. Upstart just has more crowded shorts, which definitely aren't covering. Starting to see some apes sell AMC because the split, and now they're focusing on GameStop. Something to watch. Yeah, but the majority of them that are still in it have learned nothing, right? So this is like they're gonna find a way to make this bullish and about themselves. Wait till it reverse splits 10-1, and then they're gonna be like, AMC's worth more than GameStop. Even though they own 10 times fewer shares. Salt lamps are from a month ago. I'm into giant selenite tower lamps now. Check out giant tower selenite lamp. Huzzah. Okay, Stefan, we all understand that you're an Amazon lamp seller. Okay? Stop trying to promote your keywords in here. Have you ever been arrested? No. Well, no. I've never been detained. I've been cuffed, but not actually taken to the police station. What country would you never visit? Probably most of them. It's all about repeat purchases. I'm so glad I sold all of my AMC shares at $54 back in the day. Only there was someone around to tell you that it was never going to be worth that much again. Cuffed by a volleyball player? Ooh, excellent use of the word cuffed. But no. Can you even be a financial expert if you haven't been to court for fraud? Some would say no. But you know, that's when you get your eye drop tattooed on your wallet. No, I'm just kidding. It's here on the neck, right below the collar line of your tailored shirt. It's a secret. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but now you guys know. If you ever want to know how many times your financial advisor has been charged with fraud, ask him to see proof. Have you ever had a double pipe classic? I don't think so. I've never been cuffed at a Wendy's. Have you ever successfully made a left in New Jersey? They try to make it really difficult. I think the better question is have I ever exited the Jersey Turnpike at the correct exit on the first try? And the answer would be no. Speaking of collars, fuck JPM. I'm making all of my subordinates move their accounts to a different bank. That won't change anything. BlackRock will just deposit more money. I've never been charged with fraud. Have you ever worked? Yes. Quite a lot. As a committed AMC hater, I feel like I have to ask about Ape. It's currently has 150% move up to match AMC price if they are converted. Is this free real estate? It was if you bought it yesterday when I said it was a good buy. Did something interesting happen today? Why does Fubo look like it's after hours? It's pinned at $1.86. Yeah, it's very interesting that they're passing the spending bill. More QE, bullish. Now everyone likes big money. It's not hard driving in New Jersey. It's just hard being in New Jersey for an extended period of time. Are you a good driver? I think so. Thanks for a good year, Girk. Crazy to consider that Gen 20 contract, the last tainted by historic volume of the 2020 sneeze. Crazy consider it was the last tainted by the historic volume of the 2021 sneeze. Crazy to say the key to OPEX timing equals understanding expirations of obligation settlement between big boys, which big boys, FINRA, don't seem to understand. I don't think anyone does. I'm starting to believe that no one truly understands how FINRA settlement works, and that's the point. I'm pretty sure that in almost every instance of FINRA settlement, there's something you can point to and be like, I don't need to cover this shit yet. Look, see that? And since no one wants to read the rest of the documentation, they're like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And then they just move on with their day. Did you buy any ape? Fuck no. Breaking news, IRS said they're not making us report $600 transactions on PayPal and Venmo for a year. Awesome. So, calls on PayPal? Who wants to Ko-Fi $600? Let's go. You can't enforce what you don't understand. You can't be responsible for not enforcing what you don't understand either. I would like you to talk about the upcoming elections in 2024. Also, I have some photos of my kids I would like to show you, and I want to share my New Year's resolution with you. Shit. Carl, can you handle this? Yeah, these are the last contracts affected by the volatility of the sneeze. You are correct. Freedom of information request to FINRA? Why? There's no freedom of information. They're a private agency. They can tell you to fuck off. How many beers would it take you for the J Plow Caroline Ellison? Who the fuck is that? Oh, is that Sam Bankman Fraud's fucking girlfriend? There isn't enough beer on the planet. FINRA, same like obfuscation warehouse. She's not that bad. Okay. I mean, to each their own, right? It's okay. I saw somebody on the Discord the other day say that what the fuck's her name was hot. The GME jungle mod. I can't remember. Kathy Wood. No, Kathy Wood was a looker in her day. Still not bad, and a billionaire, so that adds. Whew. Yeah, Pink Cats. That one. The one who lives in a fucking cabin with GameStop accessories everywhere. You can't use Kathy Wood and Christine Lagarde. I know they're older. They're still very attractive at their age. Um, but they also have power and money, which are a different kind of aphrodisiac. Pink Cats is not my neighbor. I can't believe that you would think someone is hot because they're rich. Well, no, but I'd be more willing to date them because they're rich. Please don't mention that statement to my millionaire girlfriend. Scarf mommy. I am reprehensibly shallow. Like, far more shallow than my current level of fitness or facial symmetry should allow for. But I also have money. Like, the water is really running deep anywhere in here. I'm more of the cheerleader strippers type. Like, that's really where I like to focus my attentions. Former cheerleaders, current strippers. Maybe yoga instructors. This can be fun. Preferably a high degree of daddy issues, low degree of education. I'm not shallow, but hot girls seem to be attracted to me, which is cool. Nice, dork. Yeah, it is. I am shallow. And I don't know if hot girls are actually attracted to me, but I do have money, so that helps. I assume they are. I thought you liked a challenge, not in that area. Strippers with daddy issues isn't a high bar. No, no, it's not. Define hot girls. Good face, skinny, big tits. Those are pretty much the only parameters. Former gymnasts, current ballerinas. I mean, it's pretty obvious I have a prize-winning duck. How would they not know that I was wealthy? Who the fuck owns ducks besides wealthy people? This is a big push for 20. I see that. Did over 90% on Upstart, about $700 on my 120 50Cs. Holding for MOASS? I guess you are. Yeah, but I live in the city, so duck ownership is very prestigious. Especially prize-winning ducks. Mine has a certificate. I also have an interdimensional fairy cat. Wait, Castellosaurus, the thing you said didn't even pop up in the feed. How bad was it? Is this like Kendra levels? As a wise man once told me, marry the ass, buy the tits. Deep. That's profound. Except those don't always turn out that well. Thank you, Castellosaurus. Do you like duck sauce? It's pretty good. Certificate of authenticity? No, it's a girth certificate. I'm not even sure if it's real. It could be forged, but that's not what matters. Do you think this current price action looks like the first day of March OPEX? No. I've already said too much, John Wilkes Booth. Don't you know that 8-year-old grandmas listen to the stream too? Yes. So do 28-year-old grandmas. 32? I don't know. Right around there. Man, that tells two very different socioeconomic stories, doesn't it? What a weird way of thinking about things. Huh. We've been spending most of our port trading in an MM's paradise. We've been losing most of our ports while telling our wives another lie. Definitely not Coolio. Maybe Weird Al? It works. It's the right number of syllables. Dating should be similar to what was in the movie Gattaca. Get a readout of their DNA to figure out if they're a good catch. Nah, probably not. I've met some people in my life that have claimed to be of a superior race, and not sure they were superior at anything. "32-year-old grandma, daughter didn't learn from mom's mistakes." 32-year-old grandma implies multiple consecutive high school pregnancies. Now this one's gonna blow your mind. 48-year-old great grandma. I dated a girl once whose mom was 14 years older than her. That was weird. The mom was hot. The mom was arguably hotter. And 1 year closer to me in age, which was... No, her mom wasn't 24, you sick fuck. Thoughts on Elizabeth Hurley from Bedazzled? I mean, obviously, perfect choice. My first wife's mother was 15 years older than my wife. My wife's mom is hot. I'm not sure what happened to her daughter. Oh, that's rough. Now I'm my ex-wife's stepdad. So wait, you're the same age as your wife's mom? Do you ever have conversations with your wife's mom that are just like more adult and your wife gets jealous? I'm 49, not 48. But are you a great grandmother? And this is why I listen using headphones, even when nobody is home, just in case. Is your wife jealous of her mom? Space Banana? If anything, this is a family conversation. I don't know, we're back above the collar. Jeez, I just saw a post on Wall Street Bets. Guy got a loan from SoFi for 50K, YOLO'd it, and lost everything. That's awesome. Did he buy puts? I like it better when they buy puts. WeBull still says risk level safe. Well, I mean, yeah, there's no risk if you have no money left. My wife died young, and I'm still really sad about it. Sorry to hear about your loss, man. I know. She was killer hot, but starting to have her dad's looks and her mom's thunder seat, so maybe it's all good. Well, you know, that's a positive approach. Was the info about bots relevant or not? Which one? I don't know. I don't remember any info about bots. Nike looking juicy to the downside. Big gap down to 109. PE around 37. Overpriced. They just had decent earnings. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Nike. I know there's some people who are all about it, but I think it can go much lower. I agree with you. I think it's a little overpriced. Then people tell me I don't understand sneakers, so and they're right. I don't. I own sneakers, but I don't really understand them. The cost to borrow on bots is nearly 4x since yesterday morning. Sounds like they're hammering it hard. What's about Amazon running to 95? Yeah, if the market moves up, I'd expect Amazon will carry with it. Yeah, I don't understand why people would get loans on and then invest it and not pick something like delta neutral with like a rate of return higher than the loan interest. Right? Because then it's just free money, and then after, and sometimes you can beat the interest rate of the loan, right? And then after whatever time it takes to pay the loan off, then you've got free money. You've made free money. They had a hot tip. Also, why don't you just do that? I mean, I use margin all the time. That's same like loan. What are the best stock evaluating stats in your opinion? Why would I tell you that? Fubo being held hostage? Yeah, in a very weird way. I like to think of these situations like someone from a short hedge fund wants something from the C-suite, like a mobster crime. Oh, this day is ridiculous. Yeah. Happy holidays, Mike. Are you on your meds today? The flaw in your thinking is that people who need loans actually know what investing or delta neutral even are. Well, he knew what investing was. But he definitely didn't know what delta neutral was. I gave you books. You can learn how to evaluate stocks on your own. Like $2 and change, Thomas. Rip into close? We're still kind of far away from close, right? I sold the top of GME and in straddle position now. I'm a lot more calm about this one. Oh, okay, nice. Um, so can we say that illiquid stocks that are not highly in ETFs get manipulated easily? Highly? You gave us books that talk about defensive investing. We're degenerates here. Yeah, but that way you would feel guilt all the time, like a Catholic. It sets up a strong, degenerate backbone. I'm always thinking ahead. We're over a power hour away from halting into close, yes? We are. We're a power hour and plus 13 away. Do you think market makers would use signal codes and the bid ask to signal movement, desired action of a stock's non dark pool price action? No, I don't. I think that's fucking stupid. Holding your GME 1230s over the weekend? No. No, it's not about giving away my secrets. It's making you figure shit out for yourself. All due respect. No, my goal is not to make you better. You'll either get better or you won't. As a former Catholic, that was good. I thought it was really funny. Well, you know what? Say what you want about Fubo, but it's worth at least $1.86. I don't pay $24.99 a month to figure out things by myself. Yes, you do. Because at the end of the day, when you're trading, all the decisions are up to you. No one can make them for you. You have to be reliant on yourself. How much IV does that bleed off of on Fubo? Time to run with the basket? Maybe. Probably pretty hard to crush IV on Fubo too. It's stayed pretty high. Fubo's so flat. I know. It's trading 1 penny up and down. How do you know we're halting into close? Oh, we're definitely not. That's why I described a time period which would be after closing bell. Like with a 50k loan, maybe sell Gen 260C, buy 265C using 25k of the loan, keep 25k on the side to adjust in case it goes bad. 1 month, 5% return. What am I missing? You could just sell short strangles and not have to worry about any of that and just make a yield, right? Or sell fucking out of the money CSPs on some like industrial stock that's never going to drop and hasn't in 40 years. Is now a good time to sell GME? Dollars from the 52-week low? Not even. Haskell, what's up? Greetings from Cancun. Happy holidays. Know that you are appreciated and the world is a much better place because you're in it. Cheers. Thanks, man. I'm glad I'm bringing up the world's test scores. That's awesome. I'm waiting for my entry price of 185 on Fubo. They really don't want me to get it. Wait, were you the guy who asked about buying $1 million worth of Fubo? I'm not selling any cover calls next week. Well, at least not yet. I have no intention of it. I have a feeling Socratic virtues are going to be brought up again. Thinking we see a continued market rally into next week. Yeah, I think so. I think it looks pretty good. Although a 3-day weekend in the current political environment could be disastrous. So I'd be careful playing things over the weekend, but I do think things are looking more positive, especially after today's data. After setting up your desk, don't forget to send us a pic of the whole new setup. Will do. I missed your Rio thoughts. I had to go to work. God damn it. I don't like how broad their exposure is. I prefer to focus. I don't I didn't buy into them initially because and I realize it may have been a mistake, but I didn't want exposure to iron, um, aluminum or diamonds. I wanted exposure to aluminum recyclers, copper, and coal. And so I kind of went the other way by picking companies that had very concentrated exposure to those things. There's actual risk from cold and winter storms over the next few days that could impact the markets. It's true, yeah. Minute after minute, hour after hour, Kenny needs a minute. Degens need the hour. We're the type of tease feeding Kenny's greed, all the while pickles feed the need, making white on all their pleas. Not Coolio. Oh, Jesus. Are you fucking drunk already, man? Is today Friday? Oh. Later, Jason. Have a good one, man. The only thing I want exposure to is zinc. Are you holding SPX 30 calls over the weekend or too much theta loss buyback in Tuesday? I already rolled them this morning. I don't think I have any 1230 calls left. No. No. Well, I have 5, but I'm going to sell them right now because they're in the money. Okay, now I don't have any. You want some bull? Yeah, give it to me. What do you got? That's sexy as fuck. Are we gonna show that to people this weekend? Just remove all the labels. Don't explain it. JG, welcome back to Dillionaires. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I think welcome back.
Happy birthday, girl.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to add you again, but maybe you don't.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the
How far did you roll SPX? 14 DTE to Jan? Jan 20. That's where the liquidity is. Good profit motivation by JP Morgan to keep SPX below 38.35. I mean, they could just roll a collar.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Wonder if we're gonna have a big fat end of day rally. Spicy. I don't know what the Greeks of Genworth Financial are. Oh, nope, Mike's still off his meds. Is it dumb to straddle a 3-day weekend? Is that kind of extra decay? There is extra decay, so you need to buy fairly far dated puts and calls. Like if I were gonna straddle this weekend, I'd probably want to go further out than 21. Well, 21 DTE or further. Oh fuck! Fubo's moassing. The crime broke. Jade, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. This one's just for Fubo. I was promised a Christmas song by Dan for Hire. I don't see it. And Visceral didn't write anything new for this year. And the AMC is a dead thing, might not be applicable this week. There we go. That's better.
Hashtag not a cult.
This is the greatest place on the internet, hands down. Thank you so much, Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. It really is. In your opinion, what book value multiple is within a healthy range? Typically acceptable for a healthy company. I mean, that really depends on the industry the company's in, right? Like, what it depends on the sector. Like, tech stocks trade at massive multiples of their book value, whereas like retailers or consumer goods might trade much more in line with their book value, or at smaller multiples. Jingle calls, blow the shorts away. Oh, what fun it is to try, an hour left in the day. You're welcome. Oh, Jesus. I wish I could mute people on Ko-Fi. Yes, it truly is. Thanks for creating it and still being here with us. Gherk, truly thank you. Thanks so much, DC. Song from last night with Matthew. Oh, the rounded bottom breakout song. But the breakout failed. We're heading right back to the collar again. Well, maybe not. Do you know of any screener that can scan book versus stock price, as well as some Juski scores? Can Trading Views do it or no? I don't know if Trading View might have Altman Z. No, I'm not sure. Well, you would need to see how liquid the underlying is versus how liquid its options market is. You'd want to find a low liquidity asset with a high liquidity options market. I'll always be here for you. Well, that's not exactly true, but well, if I don't ban you, you will be walking. Do you know of any scanner that can scan? Okay, I already answered that. Yeah, you're gonna have to look. There's some like valuation, like research tools that you might be able to use, but I don't know what the fuck they are. OPEX, NOPEX, HOPEX, HOHOPEX, HOHOHOPEX. Not a bad looking weekly candle on GME. It's not the worst. And yes, I've seen it. I know. What's a pretty reasonable bounce off the 200 weekly? Where? On GME? I don't know. I don't look at the 200 weekly moving average. It's talking to the people, Gorik, not you. The people don't like you walking. Is a stock below its book value a great buy so long as they're not going bankrupt? Sometimes. Although, just because you bought it doesn't mean other people are going to realize its value at any point. Shut up, Odorous Colon. Yeah, Walken. I would literally watch this stream more if you received less attention. That's just because you want more attention. Pigeon Teeth, Dan Girk's eldest son. Merry Christmas to you, Odorous. No, Stefan got Intelligent Investor as a Christmas present. Is Pickle Jar coming full circle? Oh, okay, yeah. How do you determine the strength of a trend on SPX if there's no volume? Ah. There is volume. But it's options volume, and it doesn't really matter. You don't really use volume to determine trend strength on SPX. You use hedging. I hate Watkins so much I had to buy a bike. You're better than that, man. If hedgies have infinite money, can they keep the price of GME suppressed forever? God damn it, Dork. You know just what to say to cheer me up. Securities analyst is a Christmas present hardcover. I already have options of strategic investment hardcover. Why are you flaunting your hardcover editions, man? Such a nerd. He wants us all to know that he has many bookshelves filled with leather-bound books, and his house smells of rich mahogany. I feel like Stefan's house smells of bamboo. Like bamboo and the smell of cold but slightly wet rocks. Hardcovers are great. They either help you grow as a trader or investor, or they don't, and you can beat your broker with one instead. The gens did nothing wrong. Don't worry, Jen Chen. You're okay. Walken isn't gonna usurp you. Could the lack of shorting today be a combo of SSR and ETF rebalance? Could be, yeah. I do have all my OPEX calls, like a true degenerate. SPX hitting 3650 by the end of the day would finally allow me the Christmas presents I've always wanted to give myself this year, more money. Why are you betting on the downside, man? Why you gotta be like that? You just want to watch everything burn? Just make basketball? I don't know what any of that sentence means. I live in the Southwest, lush desert. Oh, Jesus. Old Girk, the weeklies have expired with care. Without a hedge in sight, I've left out some grains for the Centaur stock gods. Merry Xmas and have a great weekend. Get well soon. Thanks, Pog. See you next week, man. Have a happy holiday. Hey, Greg, I just wanted to take the opportunity to wish a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you and the Pickle Jar. I don't know what I'd do with my time if I didn't have the daily edutainment. Thanks for everything, Pickle Man. Thanks, Papa Muff. I appreciate it, dude. Merry Christmas. I'll tell you Happy New Year when we get closer to it. GME end of day pull for Christmas sake. Man, it's gonna be like $20.23, right? SPX looks like it wants to halt into close. What do you think of Kroger for a move back to 50? Might be good. What do you got, turd? XRT selling a fuck ton of puts. That's what I like to see. I'm okay with being right and too early. I'm just not okay with being wrong. I like it. Oh, Kroger back to 50? Hold on, let me look. Nope, that's not Kroger. Looks pretty good. I might buy in again. I haven't bought Kroger in a while. Decent during market crashes, at least historically. I think the MMs are not playing ball, so short's got to borrow to short. Well, MMs might not have anywhere to get liquidity from, right? If the ETFs are rebalancing. Nowhere to get the delta to hedge with. Should I cashless exercise my GME 20C for one free share of GameStop? Wouldn't you get more money if you just sold it? Dashing through the throes of a Greenport turning red. To power hour we go. 38.50 on the way. Pickle Jar knows what's green. Wall Street bets what's red. Gherk will lead his flock. OPEX in the way. Hey, jingle calls. Kenny's gonna pay. Oh, what fun it is to ride a 0 DTE instead. Hate Christmas carols. Oh, man. No, I don't think they're that useful. Please, dear God, don't ask me about them. I just want Fidelity to hate me. I mean, they will. If you do that, they'll probably hate you. What do you think, Dork? SPX to 38.52? Or back under the collar before close? It's so hard to tell. Like there's no momentum at all, right? So it could really either one could happen at this point. When did yesterday's run start? 3:45 on SPX? I don't know. SPX kind of ran yesterday from like 1:30 all the way through the end of the day. I'm not sure that we're not just gonna close right here at 38.40, man. No. The only way I'm doing a collaboration stream with Stefan is if he buys Pontiff at VWAP. And then I would prefer it was remote. Just because I don't want to end up in his basement. End of day pull for Fubo price. Come on, Tim. It's not even funny. New Tesla Hopium just dropped. Musk is tanking price in order to go private with Saudi PIF money at a more favorable price. Maybe. He's got to do something to increase his ownership stake again. I don't know if Stefan personally. GME. Oh, the run on GME yesterday. I don't know what time it started. Looks like it ran from, well, about 1:30, same as SPX. I have no basement, but I have a casita with vaulted ceilings with a high gloss panel wood ceilings and a private garage. You can stay in the casita if you want. Oh, it sounds like my nightmare. Stefan just knocking on my door in the morning. Hey, Gurk, which of these valuation models do you prefer the most when valuing equities that are trading below their book value? God. Merry OPEX, Gorkle. Happy holidays. See you next week. See you later, Spider. Happy holidays, man. He named himself after the pickle. He was Stefan before. Thanks for sharing all your knowledge. I'm in a tough spot right now, but I had my first proper green day today playing SPX. I've been here for a long time, and I'm finally starting to learn. Thank you. You're welcome, Pepe Brand. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Well, JPM color it is. Damn thing is... It's like putting a rock in the middle of... like a boulder in the middle of your bed. Just ruins everything. Doubled my account. It feels really good. That's awesome, man. Happy holidays. Congratulations. Yep, Merry Christmas. How many questions do you think Stefan has left on DFE's old videos over the last year? I don't know. It would be a great sitcom, almost as good as Seinfeld. How dare you? Look who's the shill now, JC. Oh god, I asked that the other day. Am I Stefan? Did you ask me 50 different ways? Holding any near-dated SPX puts for the weekend? We're pretty content with the collar keeping us above 38.35. I'm pretty... Well, I'm not content with the collar, but it's there. We could slip below it into close, like if there's a sell-off into close, which is definitely possible. I might just straddle the collar again. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, after you ignored it, I went and Googled the answer myself. My man. What's a Google? Don't worry about it. Did you recommend an online spice company? You know, cinnamon, paprika, nutmeg. I'm thinking Penzies spices. I don't have an online spice company. Do I need one? Am I not getting the proper grade of spice? For the love of sweet baby Jesus' birthday, let us close above the collar. Eggnog or Bailey's? I'm at the store. Why would you drink eggnog? Jimmy's Juicy score is pretty incredible and part of a lot of Fortune 500s and other very successful companies. Yeah, I mean, it should be pretty good. Big cash, decent revenues. Unless you got teak shells and mason jars full of whole spices, which you must painstakingly grind in your mortar and pestle, you have subpar spices. I don't have teak shelves, but I do have mason jars full of whole spices, which I throw in a coffee grinder. Like one of the cheap blade grinders. I go to this place in Brooklyn, it's just like a shop that sells, he imports and sells spices. I need one of those. I don't think they're Indian. They might be like Middle Eastern. Kenny got ran over by an OPEX. Deferrals were so gray. All his calls are red now. Now he drinks all day. Obligations due. Burning oh so bright. Pickle jar will make green. Then we will make white. Oh. Oh man, you're real festive today, aren't you? You think by 2025 GME hit $30? You better sign up for fucking Pigeon Whale if you're gonna keep annoying me this much. I think my neighbor is a spice dealer. That's a different thing. Where's the collared position? 38.50 or 38.35, sorry. JPM has permanently lost my business. Would you suspect they try and push this down into January OPEX? No. Maybe, but no, not currently. Hmm. Hmm. I'll die here. My bad decisions are always catching up with me. Try Spice House? Try it out. Jesus Christ. The drugs are wearing off. He's still level 10 out of 10, super bullish on GME next week specifically. Okay, Cooley. I'm not that bullish. But I've already lost all the money in the position, so I'm holding it through to see what happens. Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. Good, real question. Happy holidays, also. If zero GCs expire at end of day, I can sell my call after hours. Is there a psychological impact that makes buyers pay more for a call in after hours? No. What makes you not bullish? Things aren't happening when we want them to. That's never a good sign. Things are happening, but not in the time frame we want, which means there's information that's missing. I don't like missing information. Missing information is bad. You think COVID's bad? Wait till she shows up next month saying she's pregnant. I don't think I need to worry about that. No, there's never been a human body in my freezer. Girk, what are you doing with your Jimmy calls? Bar rate spikes a bit, but the price action and volume seems meh. I've got a bunch of Jan 2024s, which have lost a lot of value. Hashtag HODL options. I mean, you kind of, if you have Jan 2024s, you just wait, right? Like, what do you care what happens in the near term? If you have Jan 2023s, then you're on a little bit of a clock. 80k GME shares available on IBKR at 19.6%. Okay. No limbs, no bodies. No dismembering of anybody. didn't actually get my freezer. That was a joke. Hold these underwater calls for SPY over the weekend. 1230, 382. Or sell for a tiny loss. 82. What's the SPY trading at right now? I mean, you probably shouldn't hold them through the decay if you can get out of them at like break even. Because there will be decay over the weekend. They'll lose quite a bit of value. Hey, look, it's the 800 people that watch all day. I think there's more people here than that right now. Nope, I lied. Yeah, and only half of them like the stream. Unbelievable. Even for the holidays. Hate watchers. The bots can hit the like button too. Alright, Wesley? So I've asked this a few times, but 1031 GME went to $31 and briefly to 34. Would that be a 10-day deferral after October OPEX? No, it was XRT ETF obligations, the FTDs settling because XRT was still on reg show at the time. Hard push for $20. Surprisingly, I liked it today. Wow, usually you hit dislike, don't you, JC? To reaffirm that I am a shill and you are not. What are your thoughts on Kazim, which continues on reg show and has a lot of FTDs coming due in the next 2 weeks? They also have a shelf offer that they instituted after they reverse split, so buyer beware. Hey Gurk, I'm sorry your Tinder date gave you COVID. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Thanks, man. Yeah, well, because we're like centaurs are hybrids, right? So hybrid sterilization or whatever the fuck that's called. Half breeds, yeah, like a mule. Do safe harbors rules work the same way with shelf offers they do with buybacks? I believe so, yeah. Is it a bad idea of CSPs and CCs at the same time? Or will WeBull just close the CSPs if the CCs are assigned? You mean like a short strangle? No? It's not a bad idea. Why would they close the CSPs if the CCs are assigned though? They wouldn't. I mean, they can complete their share buyback program whenever they want. Afte epizootique? What? No. Bounce SPX, you can do it. If the longs aren't profitable on the year, And shorts expect more downside early into next year. Could we see no shorts taking profits market wide next week? It's possible, but we may see some. December 30th, 25C weeklies are only 10 cents. I know. I'm about to close them. Or I leave them open. Ooh. That's a dangerous game. It'll be like 5 cents on Monday morning, or Tuesday morning. Yeah. North Korea launched 2 missiles today. You know what this means. Punching holes in the ocean again? One last time before Christmas. Are puts same like shares? It's do puts cost same like shares? And the answer is yes. I've been out exo shopping all day and just got on. Are you reading The Night Before Christmas, Garrick? Maybe. There might be a small reading session at the end of the stream today. Merry Christmas, Garrick. I've learned so much from you, but still have a long way to go, so I guess I'll be sticking around if that's okay. Thanks for keeping it light in here and making the journey fun. Here's to a great 2023. Thanks, Alethea. Happy holidays. Bro, but if I get rich, I pick it up. Sorry, frustration. What are you on about? Market up or down next week? Probably a little bullish. But we need an overnight session to get clear of this stupid fucking collar. So if futures move up like into like Sunday into Monday morning, then we got a good shot. Or the SPX to open out of the range of these fucking calls. Did you end up buying anything for Black Friday? Bunduru? What? I bought this chair and I bought a stand-up desk. Market is red and green. Is this the Santa rally? Could they be rolling the collar right now? I don't know. I feel like we'd see it pop up if they did. There'd be a lot of volatility. This was the night before Christmas. All the house, not a creature was stirring except Stefan typing homework assignments for Gork as he reads through technical analysis of the financial markets. What would happen here if JPM were to pop their collar? The market would move up pretty fast. Upstart getting some volume. Well, a little bit, yeah. 12K block order and Jimmy. Yeah, I see that. The Fed's not announcing anything today. I think Gemma on Upstart's starting to look pretty flat after like $25 now. Yeah, 8 minutes left. Market's closed Monday, yep. 3-day weekend. I'll let everyone know on like the Discord and if I'm gonna do the member stream if I'm back in time to do it. Jay Powell put coal in my stocking. You're lucky he didn't put anything anywhere else. Huh. When I go to Green Street, Pickle's gonna say, "How'd you earn your living, boy? How'd you earn your pay?" I replied with a whole lot of pay. I earned my living, making shorts capitulate. Parts. Oh God. Yeah, still bullish on Upstart. It's doing stuff. Look at that. Something's happening. So my daughter's eye just blew up worse than my port. I gotta take her to the doctor now. Happy holidays, everyone, and talk to you, especially Gurk. And you especially, Gurk. Be safe all. Happy holidays, man. Hope your daughter's okay. Merry Christmas, Gurk, and remember, Carvana shorts have not closed. I mean, they may never. They may never close. I'm beginning to think this walking dude is legitimately nuts. You wouldn't be incorrect in that line of thought, I don't think. There's a lot of evidence. $2 million vol. Yeah, for the whole day. No, it's still not green today. Merry Christmas, Girk. I hope we run before the new year. Thanks, Alvin. Merry Christmas, man. Upstart reminds you of Jimmy. Rise, drop at the start of the day, follow a volatile sideways trading, and rise into close. Feels like Jimmy in 2021 and parts of 2022. Is there a correlation? I think it feels more like GME in 2020, but there might be one day. When does Teach earnings session start? End of January? Tech earnings season start? Yeah, end of Jan. Thinking QQQ pits. Probably not a terrible idea. When DRS causes the MOASS, will you ask for forgiveness from the DRS gods? My best buddy is waiting to sell his Bobby at 20 because he just waited in line at BBBY. How can I save him this holiday season? He has kids. You can't just assume they'll grow up as stupid as him. When I get to red, Kenny's gonna say, "How'd you earn your living, boy? How'd you earn your pay?" Pickle Jar replied with a boot to the chest. Earn our living laying shorts to rest. Lovely. Happy holidays, Geeks. Thanks for another great week of streaming. Thanks, Lorca. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, Walkin'. I was out this week. What was that revenues all about? Any hope for my Jan calls? No, probably not. Thanks, Twitchy. Happy holidays, man. Merry Christmas, Jim. Merry Christmas, guys. Happy holidays, everyone. Did you make today's stream card yourself? It's really well done. I did not. It is really well done, though. Thanks for helping me learn enough about the markets and make a bunch of money on SPY and lose it on OPEX every month. You're getting there. Stocks Alona, before you go, do whatever it is Centaurs do on Exodus. I want to say thank you for entertaining us and teach us something new every day. Merry Christmas, as we say in my land, Bon Nadal. Thank you, Stocks Alona. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa to you too, Veronica. I hate these holidays almost as much as I hate the holiday music, commercials, and politicians, but have a nice day, I guess. And thanks for teaching stuff. Thanks, Yuri. You too. Have a good weekend, man. You got a little orphan Danny. Ding ding. All right. So Chat GPT was kind enough to write us a poem for this Christmas. And I will now recite that to you. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stock ticker was flickering on the screen with care, as investors check their options with a glare. In the corner of the room, a pickle jar sat tight, filled to the brim with dill pickles, a holiday delight. But little did they know a surprise was in store, for the pickle jar was shaken, and out came a pickle no more. When the investors gasped in shock as the pickle rolled to the floor, "What could this mean?" they all cried. "Is it some kind of omen or folklore?" But the pickle just grinned as it lay on the ground. "Don't worry, my friends, there's no need to frown. I bring you good tidings of wealth and prosperity. Your equity options will surely rise with a little pickle clarity." The investors cheered, and the pickled was hailed as a hero for bringing joy and prosperity just in time for the holiday season. Zero to hero. That doesn't make any sense. All right. As the night went on, the investors reveled in glee. Thanks to the wise words of the pickle, their portfolio was finally free. From the ups and downs of the market, they found a way to thrive. All thanks to the magic of the pickle on the night before Christmas, alive. Merry Christmas to you all, and happy holidays. I hope you have a lovely weekend, and I will see you next Tuesday so we can lose more money. Have a good one, guys.